Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the November 10th, 2022 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today, and I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from the commissioners, approval of one set of minutes, and a report from the executive director. I anticipate taking a brief break once this report is finished. Then we will proceed to staff license recommendations. There are 2 change of ownership application recommendations, 12 provisional license recommendations, 14 final license recommendations, and 60 license renewal recommendations. I then anticipate taking a lunch break. For the latter portion of today's meeting, there are 4 items in the commission discussion and vote section, including a presentation on disproportionately impacted areas by the Commissioners' Access and Equity Group, and consideration on new host community agreement requirements. I will ask the commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the reason to raise their hand to be recognized. And with those initial comments, I'll turn things over to commissioners for any comments or updates. I'm going to mix things up a little bit today, and I will ask Commissioner Concepcion if she would like to start with any comments or updates that she has this morning.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and good morning to my fellow commissioners and the staff on today. I'll be really brief this month for this meeting. You can probably hear my voice is kind of in and out, and I know we have a lot to talk about today. The one thing that I do want to highlight, and I'm looking forward to our conversations today around the disproportionately impacted areas. This is something that began essentially at the beginning of my tenure here as a commissioner last March 2021. And I wanted to, before we even get into it, extend my gratitude to the Access, Equity, and Inclusion, the group who has done the work, who's compiled this information, and has developed a lot of information for us to go through this afternoon. So I appreciate you guys in advance, and I am also going to extend my apologies in advance because I anticipate a lot of questions and a really comprehensive conversation. But I wanted to highlight that because this is a unique conversation. This is one of those things that when we talk about our equity mandate, why we are here, the intention behind question 4 and the passage of question 4, this is what it looks like in action. So for anyone watching, I just say pay close attention, and I just look forward to the rest of the conversation. Thank you.
Okay, and I will ask Commissioner Camargo if she would like to make her comments next.
Sure. Give me 1 second, Chair.
I'm taking things out of order, so you know we're trying to mix things up, and I apologize if that sort of messes with anybody's thinking.
Totally out of order. Hold on, but this is good. It's okay. I had written some stuff down. Okay. All right. Good. So I just want to say thank you. Obviously, good morning. And I just want to say I'm grateful to hear that people are applying for the state's Social Equity Advisory Board for the Social Equity Fund that was created. We all know that, I hope folks know that the deadline was extended until November 15th. If you know someone who's interested, have them apply. It is a letter of intent, and have them apply to the appointing authorities. I think the easiest one where you can find the information is masstreasury.org. And if you scroll down, you'll see the link. Part of, I guess for me, is creating awareness about these roles. As we know, sometimes people don't know how to get into some of these boards or even how to apply. So I just want to remind people, again, the extension is up to November 15th, and you can go to masstreasury.org and you'll find the link there. I also, I echo Commissioner Concepcion's comments on our conversation this afternoon. I also want to thank the public. There was a good amount of public comment that was submitted. I have the stack somewhere here that was submitted, but it was so refreshing to read the letters. And it was a reminder that we do need to hear from the public, right? We hear from our staff, we hear from, you know, each other, but it was really nice to see all those public comments. And I want to thank staff for including those public comments in our board stack for this board today. I also want to thank our legal team. Thank you for the follow-up conversations the past weeks on the operational side of the regulatory process. I think what the public doesn't get to see is sort of what happens after every public meeting, right? We do these public meetings, we say something, and then it becomes a project. So I think it was nice to sit with our legal team, and Christine, our general counsel. I thank you so much for really having the conversation just around the reg process. And I don't think it's not a secret that I think the commissioners who are currently here have not been through a regulatory process. Maybe Commissioner Stebbins, who came from the Gaming Commission, but I do know that our staff have been through this almost 4 times. So I'm confident that, you know, we're in the right, we're moving in the right direction. To our executive director, Sean Collins, I know that, you know, we've sat down a few times to talk about the regs, and I think last month we sort of had a conversation and it went a lot of places. So I just want to say thank you to you for, you know, making sure that we cleaned up that conversation and that we were all on the same page. I ask a lot of questions. I'm a visual person, so it was just nice to sit in a room and kind of really understand this as first-time commissioners. So I just want to say thank you. And really, you know, I'm looking forward to the next few months. It's time to really make some policy happen here at the commission. And I know that folks are excited too. I do want to say there is a petition process here at the commission, and we get tons of emails from people from, you know, every aspect of the industry. But I want to remind folks that, you know, it's great that you're emailing the commissioners, but there is a petition process, and I want folks to start understanding it, learning about it, and using it so that it is on paper, it is on record, and that our team can then help us sort of go through those petitions and figure out what's what. So I wanted to put that out there. And I think that's really it. I just want to say thank you. I'm excited to be here today. And yeah, I don't know who's next, Chair.
I will ask Commissioner Roy for her comments.
Sure. Good morning, Madam Chair and my fellow commissioners. This morning, I would like to focus my remarks on veterans. In advance of tomorrow, to all of our veterans, happy Veterans Day. Thank you to you and your families for your service and sacrifice defending and protecting our freedom. Serendipitously enough, this month, the research subcommittee, which I'm fortunate to serve as a liaison, will also be focusing on veterans, specifically voting on recommendations to help remove barriers to access to medical cannabis in Massachusetts for this population. Over the past few months, the research subcommittee has tackled this important topic during its meetings, which has included a presentation and clinical data from a Harvard cannabis researcher, veteran testimony, and a presentation on a veteran-specific medical cannabis study and its outcomes. On November 21st, the research subcommittee will convene, deliberate, and vote on the following significant recommendations to help remove barriers to access to medical cannabis for Massachusetts veterans. If I can share them with you, recommendation number 1, if approved, supports Massachusetts veterans' access to register as qualifying patients with proper documentation from the VA healthcare system, in lieu of having a medical cannabis certifying physician, similar to North Dakota and Illinois. Recommendation number 2, if approved, supports removing barriers for medical treatment centers to allow discounts, donations, and other programs that increase access to medical cannabis products for Massachusetts veterans, and also supports adding a veteran justice leadership category to the current leadership rating program. Recommendation number 3, if approved, supports adding post-traumatic stress disorder, otherwise known as PTSD, and opioid use disorder as qualifying debilitating medical conditions for Massachusetts medical cannabis. Recommendation number 4, if approved, supports adding a veteran representative to the Massachusetts Cannabis Advisory Board. As in all CAB and subcommittee meetings, this is a public meeting. For those interested, a link to view with further information can be found on the CCC website. Thank you for allowing me to give this veterans update. In closing, as always, I want to thank all of the CC staff for their hard work. And this month, I'd like to give a special thanks to Paul Clark and Freya Brocklehurst from our IT team for their tremendous expertise and time. Thank you, Madam Chair, and my fellow commissioners for my time today.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. As Commissioner Concepcion said and Commissioner Camargo said, certainly looking forward to our conversations in today's meeting. Lots of great topics on the agenda. Just wanted to share an update with you. It was a few weeks back, but in between meetings, Commissioner Camargo and I had the chance to go out to the city of Springfield. We had a chance to visit one of their new marijuana retailers that is a Black-owned, I'd call it really a family enterprise, even though the CEO is an incredible professional. But it was great to meet members of her family, her dad, and visiting firsthand Six Bricks in Springfield. We also had a great meeting with the mayor of Springfield and his team, the Latino Economic Development Corporation, all of them wanting to lean into the social equity program, be a resource, help promote the program. So we thank them for their offer to help. And also engaged in a great conversation with the city in terms of the new changes to the law and answering questions that they were starting to get from applicants and licensees. So great opportunity to visit with some municipal officials. I'm excited today also about the fact we're going to be considering a license for the first research and development facility in Massachusetts. Again, excited that Massachusetts is again showing itself as a leader among jurisdictions where adult use cannabis is legalized. And I'll also piggyback on Commissioner Roy about Veterans Day. First of all, obviously, thank you to all who have served. We appreciate your service to our country, but to remind all our veterans about the opportunities and that are available in this industry for them, whether they are looking for employment, whether they are looking to open their doors as a business owner. I encourage any veteran out there, go to our dispensary map, call up the local dispensary and see what job opportunities they might have. And I ask our licensees to renew and redouble their efforts to recruit veterans as we go through renewals and I look at diversity reports. I think it's our veteran numbers which have been the toughest goals to reach and milestones to pass. So again, encourage our licensees, encourage veterans from across Massachusetts to look for opportunities in this industry. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Commissioner Stebbins, and I'll be brief. Again, I want to sort of echo, many people have had some shout outs for different folks that I would echo, including the people at Six Bricks in Springfield. I want to acknowledge the fact that there will be two new appointing authorities. We have incoming Governor Maura Healey, incoming Attorney General Andrea Campbell, both making history in Massachusetts. I applaud their new positions and look forward to working with them, especially as it comes to the social equity fund that Commissioner Camargo referenced earlier. I want to applaud Treasurer Goldberg for actually doing a really good job on her website for making sure that it's very inclusive. Initially we're asking for resumes. Some people pointed out that maybe not everyone has a resume who may have an interest in doing that. So they have tried to make that as inclusive as possible. So I look forward to working with all three of the appointing authorities to this commission to making sure that the next step that has been led by the commissioners here to find resources for those equity candidates and disproportionately impacted candidates to be able to find the financial resources to become entrepreneurs in this state. And finally, shout outs. I am still the new member here, a couple months in. I am knowing just about everybody, trying to learn. And so I thank my fellow commissioners. I thank the executive director, Sean Collins, but I want to give a special shout out to Grace O'Day, who has been incredibly patient with me as I onboard and learn how to use this technology and different ways to communicate with the public. And a special shout out to Celia Williams and Cedric Sinclair as I continue to understand the good work that they're doing in the equity area and how we continue to reach out to different people to make these opportunities more available to as many people as possible in the state. So again, with that, pursuant to Mr. Collins, do you have any comments or statements that you wish to make at this time?
Not at this time. I'll reserve them for my report. Thank you.
Okay. Hold on, just wait a second. I'm just making sure. Hold on one second. So we will be going, wait a minute, I just have just one technical difficulty. All right. So anyway, with those, so commissioners, let's see, minutes for approval. The next item on the agenda is the approval of one set of minutes from the September 15th, 2022 meeting. I'll start by asking the commissioners for a motion to approve the open portion of the September 15th, 2022 public meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins has moved it. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Roy has seconded it. Do the commissions have any questions, comments, or edits to the minutes? Hearing none, the motion has been seconded. I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor and none opposed. We'll now move to the executive director's report, and I will move that to the executive director for his regular update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, commissioners. I will begin, as I always do, with a report from our data, our Mass Cannabis Industry Portal report about data. This month, I'll try to add some sort of tidbits or some issue spotting throughout that might make it a bit more clear as to why we watch some of this information, why we think it's important to collect data, and what that data could be telling us. So again, I'm trying to just breathe some life into some numbers that can otherwise get repetitive or start to drown on a little bit. So that said, the highlights before you, there's 24 applications awaiting their first review. That's relatively static as far as month to month, so nothing necessarily new or insightful there. 12 applications are before you for your consideration today. There are 50 applications awaiting a supplemental review. Those are applications we've already reviewed at least once in their entirety. We've reopened them for more information. Could be any number of things. To be clear, we review every application in its entirety, and before issuing a request for information, be sure that we're asking for all of those things that might need to be updated, supplemented, or clarified. And then there's 96,486 certified active patients in the medical use of marijuana program. To be clear, those are folks that are in and active in our program, not just those folks that are certified. They've actually gone in, they would have received a patient registration card and are participating in our medical program. So that's, I'll get into that a little bit later as far as what that looks like month to month. This is the highest possible level overview of our entire licensing system. You see here that there's 454 entities that have commenced their operations. I know that that's an increase of 138 entities from last year at this time. There's 60 final licenses, and I'll get into this a little bit later as far as the provisionally approved provisional license. The only distinction there, just for your as a reminder, is that the provisional licensees have paid their licensing fee, and those provisionally approved have been voted on or I guess accepted by the commission at a commission vote. So that's the only distinction between those two numbers. But you see there, it's a pretty sizable number. This slide here is a quick snapshot of our economic empowerment social equity program and DBE licensees. I highlight this middle row here, or these two middle rows here, as I normally do, just to identify that, again, these are folks that have either been voted on by the commission, not yet paid their fee, or have in fact paid their fee and are provisional licensees. We want folks, again, to move downward in this table. The reason we want that, of course, is that as they move downward, they get ever closer to their commence operations notice. It's, for me, I think and I don't want to oversimplify this, but I do think it's impactful. The way you move downward in this table is through capital, money, and your ability to move to construction, your ability to acquire inventory, your ability to hire employees. And that is obviously as you get ever closer to a final license. So we would not issue a final license until we've actually laid eyes on your facility, conducted an inspection. The way you get ready to conduct an inspection, of course, is to build out your facility, go through even the architectural review process. Takes time, energy, and money. So just wanted to highlight, and again, I think Commissioner Camargo, you referenced it in your remarks, the creation of that equity fund is certainly an important milestone in this industry. But I don't anticipate it being the end all be all saving grace for a lot of these folks. And so I just want to highlight that remains a barrier. Commissioner Roy, it looks like you may have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Could you just, for myself and those watching, talk a little bit about the DBE, the disadvantaged business category? It seems to have the most. Who does it encompass? What benefits from the commission that they get? If you could just talk a little bit about the DBE.
Sure. Per our regulations, DBE businesses are women, minority, and veteran-owned businesses. That designation is actually something granted by the Supplier Diversity Office. The way folks qualify for that status, we would establish, I mentioned earlier in the first slide, that initial evaluation that we conduct is to first determine what category of licensure it should be, prioritized, expedited, or general. Folks can identify themselves as being a women, minority, or veteran-owned business in their application. The way we actually establish that, or I guess credit that status, is if they've taken that initial certification class through the Supplier Diversity Office. It's a bit of chicken or egg situation. I want to be honest about this. The Supplier Diversity Office would not certify a business as being women, minority, or veteran-owned until they're actually conducting business. And so we credit them that process of having begun that evaluation standard. The benefits they qualify for, I think by reference there, I noted that they qualify for expedited review. So that's one rung lower than prioritization, which is qualified for economic empowerment applicants as well as NTC priority applicants. But they would fall into the same category as, say, outdoor grows or independent testing labs or micro businesses for that expedited review. There's also some elements of fee waivers or fee reduction as well. And that process is established, established through our regulations.
Thank you very much.
Of course. So this slide here, I always note it's dense. I apologize for that. It's really insightful though. And I want to just take a few moments to highlight some of those insights. I guess I'll start with marijuana cultivators. You see here that there's 92 cultivators that have commenced their operations, as well as 25 final licenses. That is our growing capacity here in Massachusetts. That's what that represents. There's also 181 provisional licensees. Those folks are in some way, shape, or form beginning to build out, hopefully, their facilities or get their farms in order. That capacity is something that's worth monitoring as far as our growing capacity from a production standpoint. And the reason that's I flag it for your consideration is price point is obviously something that bears monitoring over the course of time for two reasons. One is, what is the Massachusetts price point from our cannabis economy? What is our production capacity as a jurisdiction, as a state? But how does it compare perhaps or potentially with the activities we see regionally? So you know that New York has legalized, Rhode Island has legalized, Connecticut has legalized, Maine has a market established, Vermont is rolling out their market as well. New Hampshire is obviously considering what they may want to do. Massachusetts for some time, dating back to 2016, was a bit of an island alongside Maine. But that production was supporting, I think we have to admit and acknowledge there was a tourism economy associated with that, and there still remains that today. But with those jurisdictions coming online, what happens relative to production? What happens to production relative to price point? Price point is obviously something we monitor from the viability of businesses. And I think we also have to admit, as a state government entity, impact on tax revenue. We do collect a 20% tax at retail sales. 20% of less is less. So I think it's just worth worth monitoring. I also flagged the craft marijuana cooperatives in that same context because they too would be producing into that supply chain. Same is true for micro businesses. You see here that there's 7 that have commenced their operations. Micro businesses also pose a second issue worth monitoring is their growth. Commissioner Camargo, you referenced the petition process. We've heard from many micro businesses about that growth potentially being stunted, their ability to expand beyond that 5,000 square feet of canopy or the 2,000 pound equivalent of production. We want to make sure that they have the ability as small businesses to emerge in this, again, the cannabis economy without having to sacrifice their existing operations. So I think it's worth monitoring there. There's also been some discussion you see here toward the bottom of this slide, micro businesses with a delivery endorsement. We know that delivery is exclusive to social equity and economic empowerment applicants for a period of 3 years. You do allow, per your regulations, for micro businesses that would qualify under that status to deliver their products. That essentially creates a vertically integrated operation. It does provide some viability, hopefully, for that business to compete in a marketplace. I mentioned earlier, going all the way to the bottom of this table, those provisionally approved provisional licensees. Again, what would allow folks to move, in this instance, left to right? Capital. We know it's a problem and a challenge and a huge hurdle in the economic empowerment, social equity space. It's also true in the general business space as well. Cannabis capital is certainly sought after. It's also not readily available in a general sense. It's even more challenging for equity applicants, but those traditional bank loans just aren't available in this space, and it's getting tighter and tighter as the market saturates even further. And then I just flagged for you the independent testing lab. We have a lot of activity here in Massachusetts. We have 10, if I'm not mistaken, potentially as many as 11 labs that have commenced their operations as of today. They play a vital role in our supply chain ecosystem, of course. And the last point I want to just make for you is that all of these numbers represent a task or a job for our agency. Compliance is something that our agency is ultimately responsible for. Licensing activity is something that our agency is ultimately responsible for. So these 1,615 applications and commenced operations do represent a workload for this agency. And I'll get into this, I'll touch more on this later, but our agency has just surpassed 100 employees here that we enjoy the benefit of learning from and experiencing their expertise. But that ratio of our staff to these licensees is something that also bears monitoring over time. So I'm convinced I've generated questions. I apologize for that, but I do think it's insightful just to breathe some life into this data. Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director, and good morning. I had a question in regards to the research license. I know it's one of our newest license types, and after today, I know that there's 8 pending according to this chart, but after today, we may have 1 provisionally approved. And there's a 2-part sort of process, one going through the regular licensing process and the other the permit process. So I just wanted to figure out, and I know you probably have already thought about this, how we will get sort of that information. Is that going to come on this chart in terms of permits and what's been approved for the studies? Sort of what would that look like going forward?
I think you probably answered the question. I think it should appear on this chart as what is a pending matter for us. And I'm glad you brought that up as well. We will certainly touch on it as you consider that initial application. Thank you for reminding both me and the public. It is a 2-part process. The first is, of course, licensing the entity or the facility in that specific location. The second piece is actually evaluating and considering their proposed research. The reason for that ultimately is that that proposed research is a public good. We want to make sure that there's a process by which the community, the Commonwealth, and others can learn from that research that is proposed to be conducted, that we might understand it as well. So for instance, if there were to be, we don't enjoy the benefit here. We have not built or established an institutional review board. So if research is to be proposed that would require that, we'd want to make sure that it's undergone that review and that vigorous review that would be required. So ultimately, it's the ability to conduct research, and then we'd like to assess and evaluate the research that is to be conducted, also ensuring that the community, or again, we as a Commonwealth benefit as an entire Commonwealth from that research that is to be conducted. That's not to suggest, too, I want to clarify, it's not necessarily an R&D license that's going to be, various product types or growing mediums. It's really the research that would add, hopefully, to a continuing. I should also acknowledge that Maryland and Missouri both legalized at Tuesday's election. continuing across the country as these debates relative to legalization unfold, there's not a lot of research in this world, in this space, that can either prove or disprove some of the arguments that get made politically. So obviously we want to be able to lend our expertise to that exercise, and through research permits would be the opportunity to vet and evaluate those proposals. I might have answered more than your question there, but I can riff on this one for a while.
Thank you, Sean. Actually, I'm glad that you went beyond answering my question. This is an important license type, and I think it's exciting to see that there's interest in it. And I think I can kind of speak for us all. We're hopeful that this continues and the interest continues as well. Thank you.
Have I sparked other questions? So I mentioned last month I pulled forward the agent registration data. I committed to pulling forward the marijuana cultivation data this month. I should also note the agent registration data is still contained in the public meeting packet. It's just further toward the end. I try not to abuse commissioners with just a data dump every month. I want to try to identify some areas that routinely and periodically I think are of interest. But that information would be available, the agent registration information. Same is true for those maps that lay out where across Massachusetts our licensees are located. Those are available at the public meeting packet as well. And there's a little, you can see that footnote here on this slide. Here I just flagged for you the breakdown of indoor versus outdoor. And you see that there's 16 entities that have commenced their operations that are outdoor cultivators. Those are folks operating today. We also have 16 provisional licenses and 9 final. But still, the vast majority, 76, are indoor cultivators. We know that those are both expensive to build out. We also know that as far as outdoor cultivators are concerned, there's obviously some environmental issues they have to confront as far as just things that are in either the soil, things that are airborne. We also know that they confront climate. Massachusetts is a northeast state, and so there's growing seasons. So they can't obviously grow year round. They do enjoy the benefit of hoop houses and greenhouses, but we just know it's tough to replicate the right conditions for this plant to thrive and survive here in the Northeast. So mindful of that. We do have prioritization. I should be careful. We do have expedited application reviews for outdoor grows as well as some fee reductions. So this slide here is a breakdown of all cultivation types. This is agnostic as to indoor versus outdoor. I raise it for you to see that those 92 entities that have commenced their operations, you see that majority of them, actually a lot of them, are smaller grows. In fact, we know that this is capital intensive. It's much more expensive to grow at to build out, 100,000 square foot grow. We also know it's going to be a large consumer of energy. It's going to be an expensive facility to manage HVAC in, water supply, all of those things that are just worth monitoring. It's a little bit easier to grow and build out the smaller square foot facilities, especially when you're trying to grow a finicky crop. That said, the 64% and the 13% are actually representative of the total applications we have pending. If you had asked me at the beginning of our agency's history back in 2017, and I should also note, I've now been with the agency for 5 years. I passed my 5-year milestone this past weekend. If you would have asked me at that point what the percentages would have been, I probably would have hypothesized the opposite. I would have expected that folks would have flocked toward that larger license type. So I can't say I'm happy to be proven wrong. It's insightful for me that those numbers are inverse like that. Commissioner Roy.
I just want to make an observation. I'm pretty sure I read the other day that cannabis now outpaces cranberries in Massachusetts as the #1 crop. So I just wanted to share that little information. I think I read that the other day.
I did see that same story. I guess I should apologize to the folks in Plymouth County and towards Barnstable for perhaps that replacement or that supplanting as that crop. At the same time, I think it hopefully reflects the maturity of this industry here in Massachusetts and the evolution of this industry. And I'm certainly, it seems as though we're ingraining ourselves into our local economies, which I think is an important milestone too. So glad you brought that up. Thank you. This slide here represents the medical use of marijuana program. I touched earlier on the fact that I would sort of give you the month-to-month breakdown on the patient side. That's the right-hand side table. Obviously worth monitoring is our patient activity. Are folks still engaging in the medical use of marijuana program? Are they still finding access to the medical use of marijuana program? Do we still have sufficient providers providing access to that medical use of marijuana program? Obviously, we'd like to see those ratios or the availability of providers increase. We'd also like to make sure that we can meaningfully engage patients and provide them access to their medicine. Also, that's relevant, especially on the price point side. The price of medicine is something that obviously is not exclusive to cannabis, but it's relevant in the cannabis space. Also, the availability of the medicine itself, strain specific, product specific, all of those types of things. It's something we're very sensitive to. On the left-hand side, I want to just acknowledge a milestone here. We now have 100 MTCs that are operational here in Massachusetts. I flagged that for you as, again, a pretty significant milestone, but also acknowledge that since we've migrated jurisdiction of that program from our colleagues at the Massachusetts Department of Public Health, we as a commission have issued 51 commence operations. DPH used to call them sales ready notices. We call them commence operations. Regardless of what we've called them, we have moved that program forward. We've increased access across the Commonwealth and do now enjoy 100 MTCs here in Massachusetts. So obviously thankful to our staff for continuing to remain committed to that program. A lot of work has gone into protecting that program and ensuring the continued viability next to an adult use marketplace. Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I may have just missed this point, but can you clarify sort of the differences between certified patients and certified active patients?
Sure. Really the only difference is certified patients have gone to the provider. They've been logged into our system by the provider, and they've been recommended for cannabis. Certified active patients have gone in and finished that registration process. They've gone in, added their personal information, uploaded their identification. There is no fee to pay, but they've really just gone in and confirmed that application and then been issued their registration. So they can now participate. It's really just, that's the only distinction. So it's the completion of their registration. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. Where it says registered certifying physicians at 307 and then the +0 near it and the nurse practitioners 111 +0, is that's month to month?
That's month
so
to
basically we're saying we didn't add a physician for this month or
Correct.
a nurse practitioner.
Yes, and next month what I'll plan to do is bring you year over year as opposed to month over month.
Okay, yeah, I'd be curious to see that. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Executive Director, can you just
Sure.
give me a little bit of an understanding of, how do we do outreach to the certifying physicians and nurse practitioners? What's that process that we go through to make sure that there's an adequate supply and access?
Yeah, and this question does come up quite a bit. There's your formal association. So there's the Mass Medical Society. There's the certifying. I forget exactly their trade name, but the physician's assistants have a organization as well that actually lobbied pretty heavily to make this. Registered physician's assistants were actually added through Chapter 55 of the Acts of 2017 as a lobbying effort by physician assistants. And it's still therefore a little disheartening to see only one that is engaged in this program. We're happy to consider any and all advice or insight that folks may have about reaching more physicians. The traditional challenge remains that they're usually part of larger physician networks that usually are affiliated or have a relationship with a healthcare facility, be it a hospital or a larger network. And they often benefit from Medicare, Medicaid dollars. They may also benefit from private insurance access. And therefore, what you see most often is a practice built exclusively around cannabis that depends largely on those fees charged to patients. And so really getting more physicians into this space, and also more physicians or providers, I should say, including nurse practitioners, requires potentially a separation of some sort financially from those more traditional payment methods. And it continues to be a challenge. It's one of my single biggest frustrations, frankly, is that traditional medicine in Massachusetts continues to not fully embrace the medical cannabis program. That includes things like appearing on an electronic medical record. That includes things, again, like letting traditional provider networks even just be aware of medical use of marijuana. For instance, what is the typical drug interaction? If my providers might be prescribing me medication for treatment. We know that a lot of our patients utilize the medical use of marijuana program through the context of cancer treatments. It might be for appetite. It could be for sleep. But you have to self-disclose that relationship with cannabis. And oftentimes I think that's where we still see a stigma, unfortunately. So again, I might have taken your answer a bit off track there, but if anyone has any ideas about additional outreach opportunities, I would embrace them wholeheartedly.
Yeah, no, it gives me greater context and I appreciate it. But also, you know, if you and I can talk about this a little bit more in the future about, you know, how we might be able to do some more outreach with some of these different groups, I'd be happy to take that on.
I'd welcome that. Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Could you share with us a little more about the end of life care and how that's reflected in our regulations?
Sure. There's, I guess, two ways it gets folded in. Certainly as that access. I think we, for Massachusetts residents specifically, that's oftentimes when you see patients come into our system is toward end of life care, and it's unfortunate, but we're also relieved to be able to provide that relief and that opportunity for care, not just for individuals, but for families, really for families. We also, the commission in its most recent round of regulations allowed for end of life or palliative care access for out-of-state residents. So you may be seeking treatment here in Massachusetts, knowing that we are predominantly a healthcare hub nationally and even internationally. If you are seeking end of life or palliative care here in Massachusetts, we allow folks to register with this program so long as they have a Massachusetts address that we can tie them to. So if you're here seeking treatment in an end of life capacity, frankly, we see it as a privilege to provide you access to care and access to treatment. But it's also, and I hate to acknowledge this, but it's our reality. It's why you may see some of these numbers fluctuate as they do on a monthly basis, is knowing that, again, it's a privilege to be able to provide those folks that care, but we also realize that it may in fact be temporary. Commissioner Camargo, good morning.
Good morning, how are you? I don't know if you've covered this before, but it just kind of hit me when I was looking at this. The MTC license expired. What is that? Where do those people live as expired?
So those are folks that have elected over the course of time not to renew those licenses. It might be that they've been holding a provisional registration, even dating back to the medical use of marijuana program through the Department of Public Health. It's a $50,000 annual license fee, and they might have been hoping to get some local zoning or local approvals, or even trying to advance through our process. They've just chosen to not pursue that license. They may have pivoted, in reality, to be fair, to the adult use market as well. That this location is better suited as a dispensary as opposed to that vertical integration.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Of course. If I don't, it looks like there's no further questions. I want to take an opportunity, and it's really a privilege for me. I believe commissioners have historically and recently have asked for just a quick update and overview of some of our equity programming. And it's obviously something that we are incredibly proud of here at our agency. It's also something we're really grateful to be able to offer, but also be able to see some progress on with that recent legislation that passed at the State House, was signed by the governor, Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022, just reinforces and reinstates the commission's, but also the Commonwealth's commitment to equity here in Massachusetts. Since the beginning of our agency, dating back to 2017, we have been steadfast in trying to build out an equitable industry, an equitable opportunity for folks here in this space, but also trying to build out really robust programming to get folks, to meet folks where they are, but also provide them even just a cursory overview of what this industry could look like for them, may represent for them. But how we do that is by building out internally and ensuring that our programs are supported by an incredibly and exceptionally talented staff. And I want to recognize especially Celia Williams, who's with us today as our Director of Equity Programming and Community Outreach, and introduce you to her so that she might provide you a brief overview of our equity programming and community outreach efforts. And again, she is the talent and the vision behind a lot of this work, and it's really my privilege to introduce her to you this morning. Morning, Celia.
Good morning, Executive Director. Thank you so much for your kind words. I appreciate it. Good morning, all. I hope that we are all having a positive day thus far. I thank the Executive Director, Madam Chair, and the Commissioners for the opportunity to present on behalf of the Equity Programming and Community Outreach Department. Before I get started, it is with my utmost courtesy for everyone's time. I'd like to respectfully ask that we can hold questions that you may have until the end of presentation. Please accept my gratitude in advance for this accommodation. Next slide, please.
Celia, can I just ask if you can speak a little bit louder?
Okay.
Thank you. Good to see you also.
Good to see you too. To kick off my presentation, I would like to introduce the Equity Programming and Community Outreach Team, led by Chief Communications Officer Cedric Sinclair. Chief Sinclair is talented, intentional, thoughtful, and a multifaceted leader whose dedication to equity, inclusion, and diverse representation, not only within the cannabis industry, but throughout the Commonwealth, within our communities, and the Cannabis Control Commission. As previously introduced by our distinguished Executive Director, Sean Collins, I am Celia Williams, the Director of Equity Programming and Community Outreach. Throughout my career, I've been a firm believer that the success begins with knowledge. Today, I take pride in reinforcing the importance of the need for access to resources that cultivate inspiration through providing foundational tools needed to build pathways of sustainable success for diverse people and communities within the regulated cannabis industry. I'm extremely honored and privileged to do this work. I'm excited to work alongside our project coordinators, Akila Armstrong and Stephen Carcello. They have been and continue to be pivotal assets to the Equity and Community Outreach Program since they joined the Commission in March of 2022. I'd like to take this opportunity to give kudos to both Akila and Stephen for auditing, managing, and supporting cohort participants through our live technical assistance and training courses. You made this work seem effortless. In addition to managing cohort learning, our project coordinators have aided with the first community outreach event for 2022. Along with handling daily constituent inquiries, they provided valuable contributions essential to the development of programming enhancements in our strategic planning process. It is an exhilarating time for the Equity Programming and Community Outreach Team as we're growing. We are currently in the process of reviewing applications for our Manager of Community Outreach, as well as Manager of Equity Programming and Strategic Partnerships. These roles are intended to reinforce our ability to promote equity and diversity-based policies, initiatives, and partnerships, increasing awareness of services and programming among diverse communities, facilitating engagements and community outreach initiatives. This is the essential work needed to move that needle that much closer towards a more equitable industry. Next slide, please. As illustrated on this slide, equality is sameness. Equity is fairness. Understanding the reality is equity is steady and ever evolving. We are undoing generational harms that have been in place for decades. The ultimate goal is to enhance, encourage, and enable full participation for a plethora of diverse people from all walks of life with varied pursuits of interest within the regulated cannabis industry. I want you to know as we move through this presentation, Equity Programming and Community Outreach Team is strategic, intentional, inclusive, and forward-thinking in our approach so that we can get it right. We are partners in the industry. Yes, we want to ensure that there is an equitable and diverse representation within the cannabis industry. But even more importantly, we want to ensure that certified economic empowerment applicants, social equity participants have continued success in the industry now and for the future. Next slide, please. Equity Programming and Community Outreach. Now that you know who we are, what do we do? Yes, we promote the inclusion of communities most disproportionately harmed by marijuana arrests, incarceration into the regulated cannabis industry. With a huge leap in the right direction, the agency is fortunate that the Commonwealth has doubled down on its commitment with the passage of an act relative to equity in the cannabis industry, of which establishes strict parameters for what fees municipalities may require marijuana establishments to pay, gives the Commission oversight for host community agreements, requires municipalities to incorporate equity into its local licensing process, allows cities and towns to opt in to social equity consumption licensing, and establishes the Social Equity Fund, overseen by the Executive Office of Housing and Economic Development. It is with these changes that the department looks forward to participating in the regulatory process to effectuate this change. But what does that mean? Reducing barriers to entry, providing professional training, technical assistance, and mentoring for those facing the systemic barriers. Achieving this through advancement of sustainable social and economical reparative practices within the regulated cannabis industry throughout Massachusetts, with the aspiration that our work and commitment will echo across state lines. Some of these initiatives include hosting events, cultivating awareness campaigns to educate individuals and communities about the social equity program, expungement, sealing, and workforce development, external engagements, surveying, participation in the industry conferences, and panel discussions with the intent to absorb feedback from participants, industry leaders, licensees, and communities to continue to evolve our approach to carry out the equity mission, to continue to thrust forward as impactful equity champions through our initiatives. Next slide, please. The Social Equity Program. I am confident that at this point in my presentation, everyone can discern that the Social Equity Program intentionally aims to cultivate sustainable pathways into the cannabis industry for individuals most impacted by the war on drugs. Next slide. We achieve this by providing participants with education, skill-based trainings, and technical assistance, arming participants with the tools for success across four primary track focuses: entrepreneur, core, entry, and ancillary tracks, of which we'll explore in further detail as I progress through my presentation. Social Equity's technical assistance and training program pivoted to virtual learning in 2020, providing a greater program accessibility for participants. It has been designed to be self-paced as well as flexible. Our programming allows participants to easily pivot between learning tracks, providing 24-hour access to coursework, live course recordings, and skill-based trainings. Always keeping in mind that the industry, legislation, and regulations continue to evolve, and so will our course materials. All cohort participants will maintain ceaseless access to technical assistance and learning materials through our learning management system. I'm enthusiastic that upon completion of the Social Equity Program, we've equipped participants with the knowledge, skills, and continuous resources needed to successfully apply and obtain licensure through the Cannabis Control Commission. Next slide, please. Grace, if we can back up one slide, please. I apologize. Yes, here's perfect. Thank you. As previously mentioned, my next slide outlines the 4 learning tracks within the Social Equity Program. Again, these tracks are entrepreneurship, core, entry, re-entry, and ancillary focuses. Programming has been intentionally designed to reach participants seeking licensure and ownership. However, we are cognizant that each of our participants have varied industry aspirations. And with that in mind, we have learning tracks that provide support for a plethora of interests, learning pathways for participants seeking executive and managerial cannabis careers, curriculum and trainings for participants entering or citizens re-entering our communities after incarceration, providing focused support for entry-level positions, and the educational knowledge and resources for participants that aren't necessarily seeking licensure, but have transferable skills or businesses that are sustainable, effective solutions or services needed within the cannabis industry to purposely bridge the gap between the industry and equitable services or goods. Next slide, please. During our highly anticipated application period, applicants are deemed eligible for the Social Equity Program if they've successfully demonstrated that they meet at least one of the following criteria. Additional detailed information is available on the Cannabis Control Commission webpage. But as you take a moment to review the criteria, you will see that through intentional programming eligibility, we are able to target those communities disproportionately harmed by over-policing, marijuana arrests, and incarceration, seeking to unravel the harms to families, children, and those who have been prosecuted for what was deemed illegal then, however legal now. Through set eligibility criteria, we have been able to intentionally target those who have been directly or indirectly harmed by the war on drugs, strategically curating opportunities for those who were discarded, forgotten. So they may have opportunities and resources they need to rise and rebuild today. Through our programming, we provide healing for policies that have often systematically oppressed, silenced, and obstructed the positive progression of diverse people and communities. Through our program, we curate change. Next slide, please. My next few slides provide greater insight into the demographic composition and track focus across social equity cohorts 1, 2, and 3. With respect to our full agenda meeting today, I will not provide an in-depth overview of each cohort demographic slide. However, the data on these slides affirms that there is an increase in cohort participation year after year, a trend I am inspired to continue as we embark on cohort 4. Cohort 1 was comprised of 143 participants, of which 37% identified as Black or African American, 11% identified as Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish. Next slide, please. Cohort 2 comprised of 282 participants, of which 40% identified as Black, African American, and 20% identifying as Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish. Next slide, please. Last but not least, we have cohort 3, of which to date is our largest cohort, with 446 participants, with substantial representation from communities of color, Black, African American, Latinx, representing about 65% of cohort 3. We are seeing many of our participants entering the social equity program as inspiring entrepreneurs with a retail, delivery, or social consumption focus. However, through the data provided today, there is an overlapping interest in track focuses, signaling that equity participants have a full appreciation for the flexibility of programming and are taking full advantage of one, some, or all of the learning tracks available. However, equity programming and community outreach sees vast opportunities for varied industry focuses as we spur enrollment within the ancillary, core, entry, and reentry tracks. Over the past several months, much of our work has been developing initiatives to that end, of which we will review throughout my presentation. Next slide, please. It goes without saying that it has been a tremendously busy year for the cannabis industry, of which holds true for the Equity Programming and Community Outreach Department. In addition to expanding department personnel and resources to further support the Commission's equity and community outreach initiatives, we've also managed cohort 3 recruitment, facilitated cohort orientation, of which was anchored by our 3-month-long application period from September through November 2021. In collaboration with the communication and licensing departments, recruitment efforts also included multiple external-facing email blasts, social media postings, in-person recruiting, and various public announcements, not to overshadow the review and processing of over 1,000 social equity applications. 48 live technical assistance and training courses were developed, refined, audited, and delivered May through August 2022. Equity Programming and Community Outreach partnered with our learning vendor, Greenlight Business Solutions, who taught all 48 live virtual technical assistance instructional courses, which included robust courses for predatory lending, raising capital, and the new entrepreneur delivery subtrack. Knowing that the buck doesn't stop there, we surveyed social equity participants for their input regarding advanced coursework opportunities. This is with the intent to continue to enhance programming to support participants through various stages as they navigate their way through the regulated cannabis industry. Equity Programming and Community Outreach, again in collaboration with the communications and digital media departments, are fortifying a community outreach toolkit, outfitted with digital and traditional communication resources to furnish diverse people and communities with awareness, education, and resources to build connections, advance careers, and ignite positive change. Next slide, please. As mentioned, equity programming and community outreach has worked closely and collaboratively with our communications and digital media departments. On this slide, you'll see a brief snapshot of the Evergreen Community Outreach Toolkit, the RAT card. This resource is intended to provide awareness and education regarding the social equity program overview, expungement and sealing, the social equity program application, and workforce development. Next slide, please. With our combined efforts to increase outreach, with the development of tangible resources for a plethora of communities that embody the spark to assimilate the importance of supporting an equitable industry, RAT cards are just one of the many ways we plan to spread awareness of equity programming. Equity programming and community outreach has developed many tutorials to aid applicants as they navigate through applying for the social equity program, covering eligibility, documentation, along with tips to maneuver the application through the application portal. I truly have a slew of anticipation and enthusiasm to be in the forefront of embarking on the equity webpage content redesign, aiming to ensure that our resources, guidance, and other documents continue to be presented and streamlined in a way that is accessible to all, intentionally empowering constituents and participants. We're also developing multimedia content that will highlight why an equitable industry is crucial, demonstrating how our participants have been able to utilize our programming to navigate the cannabis industry and the barriers of entry that still exist today, of which we'll need deep collaboration from our community to truly effectuate the equitable industry. Next slide, please. It is with honor and pride that we've begun the work to set sail on the evolution and the growth of the Equity Community Outreach Program. Under the direction and dedication of Executive Director Sean Collins, whose work and vision across the Cannabis Control Commission and beyond continually reinforces the dire importance of equity, the dire importance of an equitable cannabis industry. Through the building of a strong, resilient, empowering, ever-evolving organization. Alongside our innovative Chief Communications Officer, Cedric Sinclair, the Cannabis Control Commission is committed to further developing and implementing a variety of intentional, strategic, and groundbreaking programming and community outreach initiatives, such as the development and review of advanced coursework for social equity participants, which will allow programming to meet all participants where they are, in addition to being amidst initiatives for planning and implementation for recruitment of Cohort 4 and the application opening. Deliberately focusing endeavors for the development of a new workforce outreach platform. As envisioned by my predecessor, the Director of Community Outreach, this portal will bridge the gap between social equity participants and cannabis industry employers, providing a dedicated networking community for ancillary businesses, services, goods, in addition to providing industry mentorship and incubator opportunities for social equity participants. The Equity Programming and Community Outreach team continue to spearhead and refine, identify, and analyze the processes, applicable data sets, enhancements, and programming initiatives that need to be in place to further our efforts in the multi-year process to move the 3-year strategic planning process objectives forward. Next slide, please. Again, I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Commissioner Roy? You're muted. You're muted, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair,
Sorry,
and thank
sure.
you, Celia. What a wonderful presentation. You did a remarkable job. It was voluminous in information, and I want to thank you and the team for all your work. The RAT cards, the toolkit that you had shown, the slide, when will those be available to commissioners, and will each commissioner be able to get a supply of them, so when we go into the community to talk about equity, we can have that literature to distribute?
Yes, definitely. We are working with the communications team right now. They're being printed, and I still have the list of organizations that commissioners wanted to outreach to, and so we took that into consideration when we printed these materials. So they will be made available as you move throughout the communities.
Do you have a timeline, more or less, when we would get them?
I don't, but I could, follow up with you and give that to you.
Awesome, thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Celia, thanks so much for your presentation. Great to see you this morning. Celia, you know this, I am always so impressed with the energy that you have brought to your role within the commission and the great work that you're doing. Obviously, you touched on community outreach, and I mentioned at the start that we're seeing communities ask us how to be engaged, how they can help be some of your folks on the ground to get the word out in the neighborhoods and communities across the state. So I'm happy to see you focusing on that. I also know that you're getting great feedback from program participants who are coming back and asking you for more information, for more programs as they continue to kind of build, whether it's their career or their own business. And you've been great in terms of continuing to try to find resources to help them do that. I had one question and then one comment. I know in cohort 3 that we had a number of applicants who did not reach the acceptance stage into cohort 3. Do you have plans to kind of work with some of those extra applicants from the last round as you look ahead to cohort 4?
Yes, they will be reopened when we facilitate the new cohort 4 application period.
Okay, great. Obviously, we don't want to lose anybody who expressed interest and for whatever reason didn't make it to the finals for cohort 3. My last note, and it's just really a comment, and hopefully our chief of communications won't get too frustrated with me if you're sending stuff to print, but I would really advocate for us again to rename that ancillary track. Can we call it supplier, business partner, something as we look ahead to the program? Again, don't stop the presses, but I think that would go a long way towards folks out there realizing what that track is for and what the opportunities are through it. So I'm a broken record on that. I know I've shared it with you before, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't raise it one more time. But thanks, Leah, you and your team for the great work that you do.
You're welcome, and definitely it's under consideration. Thank you. I find that is very positive feedback. I will admit that I had to study and understand, what that track meant. So I understand where you're coming from, and through our processes, we are identifying, how we can, possibly make that change.
Mhm.
Thanks, Leah.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Celia, thank you so much for that presentation. You are always a breath of fresh air, and I just want to start off by just saying thank you for all that you do for the commission and for everyone out there who's interested in being participants, who are participants. I know that you're a vital resource, and I hear a lot about the work that you do. You go above and beyond, so I wanted to thank you. I have a data question, and I understand if you don't have this readily available, that's okay. You can get it to me later if you don't have it.
Okay.
So the first data point I wanted to ask you is, do we have the total number of participants who've gone through our social equity program from all 3 cohorts now?
Yes, so that is just over 800.
Just over 800.
I
Okay.
can't give you the exact number, but it is
871.
Thank you very much.
871.
871.
And then my related question to that, so we've gone through the criteria on how people can come to the program, the eligibility requirements. Do you know of that 871, the percentage or the number of people who have entered based on being from an area that was disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs?
I do, Commissioner, have that data. I don't have it readily available for me
Okay.
right now, but it is a data set that we pull in our department, and it's shared through different initiatives or talking points, and I will make sure to get that information to you.
Okay, if you have the data point, get the actual data point to me, but I guess on a related question, do you know what the most common criteria that's used is?
Yes.
Okay.
So the entrance by disproportionate area of impact in combination with not exceeding the area 400% of median area income is the
And-
most common.
And is that by, do you have any idea of like how sort of the commonality, if that's the gap between that and the next most common criteria or eligibility requirement?
No, I don't have that, but I can get it.
Okay, no, that's fine. All right, that's helpful. Thank you so much, Leah.
Commissioner Camargo?
Thank you. So Leah, first of all, thank you so much. I know you work really hard because I'm always sending you emails and you reply within 48 hours. So thank you. I also know I send a lot of people to you. I feel like when I'm out in the community, I never give anybody my email. I give them your email. So thank you for just being responsive to our constituents. And I also got to say, you started in the HR department here at the commission. So I just want to say that it's very nice to see you grow, from the HR department to now leading this initiative for the agency. So it's nice to see that, we're promoting people from within, and I think it's encouraging for all our other staff who are looking to grow within the agency. So I wanted to just say that. So there's 871 folks who have now gone through the social equity program as of cohort 3. We have 24 social equity participants who have now commenced operation. And then we have 17 economic empowerment folks that have commenced operation. We can't assume that, economic empowerment are also SEP, but sometimes they are. And then I think we have about 31 in total for the ancillary services that are part of the program. So I guess a couple of comments for me. One is, Commissioner Stebbins, I hear you in terms of the name of ancillary services, right? I didn't really understand what that term meant until I got here. I don't know what to name it, but one of the things that I've been describing to people in terms of this track is, the industry needs support. They need folks to do HVAC. They need plumbers. They need painters. They need consultants. They need event planners. They need social media folks. They need people who deal with AV, right? And I think when I describe the ancillary services, I say to people, there's a whole other ecosystem that the industry needs in order to be able to survive. And because of our equity mandate, some of these companies can use, the minority vendors or the SEP vendors. So I want to really, folks need to get creative on the ancillary track because we know that it's very difficult to get into this industry. So I just wanted to say that I'm very interested in the ancillary services, and I'm also interested in that track because it allows folks from different areas of business to participate in the industry. The small cleaning company, the small painting company. I know my prior work, I did a lot of work with folks who are coming home from the prison system. And I know so many, folks who have small cleaning companies. I've been trying to recruit them to be part of SEP, to sort of be that cleaning company for, for some of these locations. So I just wanted to make those comments really quickly. Celia, have we surveyed the universe of social equity applicants in terms of, I know we have, but I guess the question is, have we asked where they're at? For example, do you see yourself in the next 5 years trying to start something and using your SEP certification? So I guess that's one question that I have. I don't know if you want to answer that, if you have the answer.
So yes, so not specifically, well, through a different vehicle. So I asked participants where they at and where they want to go through the surveying for advanced coursework. Kind of wanting to see, where their interests are, where their businesses are, and where they want to see them to grow. So we've incorporated that within that survey.
Okay. So then my other question is, and so I'm going to make a comment just because it's very frustrating at times. So, municipalities, I'm not going to name y'all because I'm not going to put people on blast, but there's municipalities that still don't understand the equity process, don't understand the equity mandate, don't understand the social equity program. There are folks in this industry who are paying rent on locations for months and months and months, sometimes a year. And these rents are not cheap. And some of these cities and towns do not understand the process for whatever reason. I get it. There's a lot going on. But I really encourage municipalities, town managers, mayors, administrators, to reach out to the CCC, to ask questions, because whether they know it or not, they're blocking so many folks from getting host community agreements, and they're blocking so many social equity applicants. You know, it's hard to be a commissioner, go out into the community and hear, hey, Commissioner Camargo, I've been paying rent for 12 months and my host community agreement was denied. You know, I've heard stories where folks have had their, you know, their lease already ready to go, and when they show up and they see who they are and what they look like, for some reason the place is already gone, or the rent has increased 3 times, right? There are inequities happening at the municipal level, you know, and I know that this program, we can only do so much, right? This program has allowed folks to get the skills, the knowledge, and some of the resources to be able to go out there. So, you know, that's sort of my rant right now. But my question to you is, how are we educating the cities and towns on the specific of our social equity program? And, you know, if in the future or now, but I guess I would want to hear a little bit about that.
Apologies, I was on.
It's okay.
I want to interrupt. I'm working with the Director of Government Affairs and Policies to develop a municipal engagement strategy. And this is going to be incorporated as a part of our cohort 4 recruitment efforts.
Okay. Thank you so much. I just want to say, I want to echo Commissioner Stebbins. You know, last month we were out in Springfield, or a few weeks ago, we were out in Springfield meeting with town officials over there and the mayor. And I think just, you know, use us as you can in terms of, I'm happy to, you know, do any kind of outreach and education to municipalities, but I think it's very important that our municipalities understand our equity mandate and what that means, because the reality is, out of 871 social equity participants, only 24 have opened their doors. And there's a lot of reasons for that, but the municipalities are also a challenge and a barrier for people to get in. So that's my
Commissioner, too, if I may, it's a really valid point, and Celia, thank you for acknowledging the role that Matt Giancola and the folks in government affairs will play. The commission also now has an opportunity through this new legislation to establish minimum standards for municipal equity, as well as a model HCA, which we'll talk a little bit about later. And so I think it's really it's late, it's tardy, but it's a ripe opportunity for us to really put that stamp on as well. And I think that combination of the work that Celia and her team do, as well as the work that Matt and his team do, combined with the energy of commissioners, there's a bit of force of nature that I think is really, again, ripe for this moment. Again, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it's timely. It's tardy, but it's necessary. So I think you're right to kind of frame the environment that way.
Yeah, and I just have to say, and I know Cedric Sinclair has just come on camera. It's good to see you, but I'll just say really quickly, Sean, thank you for hearing us out and building the equity programming at the commission, right? Because before it was a team of 1, and now we're a team of 3, and there's 2 applications that are, you know, 2 new positions that are open right now that folks are applying for. So thank you, because this is a big piece of, you know, why we're here in terms of the cannabis industry. And it's a reason why a lot of folks come to work at the commission, because of this equity mandate and because of our social equity program. So thank you.
Commissioner Roy, I know you've had your hand up for a while.
No, it's okay. Cedric can go, then I'll follow up.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I just wanted to pipe in and make sure it's clear. And this isn't just municipal engagement that we're looking forward to doing and we're planning towards. We really have already begun a tradition of working with certain municipalities who are looking to better understand how to deliver more equitable solutions in their particular community. For example, the Government Affairs and Equity team meets with the City of Boston's Technical Assistance and Equity team on a monthly basis. And we're looking to take that relationship and figure out how to form it into a scalable model where we can deliver similar engagement with other municipalities across the state that are looking to drive more equitable outcomes.
Thank you, Cedric. I just got to say, for everybody outside of Boston, I appreciate Boston and I know we meet with them. And, you know, I know Boston is sometimes a center of, but we have so many towns in Western Mass and, you know, out on, you know, the other side, the Merrimack Valley and Brockton and Fall River and New Bedford and even on the Cape. And, you know, sometimes we forget about that, but I appreciate the comment, Cedric. And I just think that, you know, we got to push a little harder and make sure that our municipalities are reaching out to us as well. So thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Slia, are there any plans in the near future or distant future to have an in-person event where we literally bring folks together in person, or is everything going to stay virtual?
I definitely think that that's something that we are assessing, as long as it's safe, right? I personally take my own precautions. I can only speak for myself, but it is something that I do find benefit in being able to bring in person curriculum and resources to people. I also strategically am thinking about, how do I do that in an equitable, fair manner? How do I, with the team and the bandwidth and all of the initiatives that we have going on, how do I strategically make sure that, as to Commissioner Camargo's point, I am representing and accessing all of the communities throughout the Commonwealth, throughout Massachusetts. And so, yes, that is something that is in the forefront. I do think that it is a benefit. I, again, do echo that I was proud that the virtual courses did take place, because it gave me an opportunity to, again, see that people that don't readily have access to transportation, or if courses were at Worcester or in the city or in a different location, not everyone may be able to get to it. And through this cohort, I really didn't have the resources to be able to spread that learning fairly across the Commonwealth. But to answer your question, yes, we are thinking about what that looks like, hybrid, or giving the opportunity for people to make choices, as long as it's safe, to attend in person.
Thank you. And I just have 2 points of consideration. The first one is having to conduct outreach to the justice support centers that are throughout the state. They're called justice support centers, and they're also reentry centers, if you will. And these are folks that have been criminally justice involved on some level. So they're all over, they're in every county just about. So those are justice support centers. And secondly, other states have begun to create portals that list job opportunities in the cannabis space, where pairing folks with jobs in one platform. So in other words, licensees, if they have bud tender jobs or management jobs or ancillary jobs, and matching them, and that I think would help our licensees achieve their diversity goals, which sometimes we read as commissioners that they're not achieving their diversity goals. So and maybe because sometimes it's hard to pair up to find what they're looking for and whatever it may be, but to have it in one portal would be a great way to match potential employers with potential employees in the social equity program. So I think California does it. I'm just throwing it out there.
Commissioner Roy, thank you for that feedback.
Just echoing Commissioner Roy's, position on in-person, and I do understand, the COVID issue, and trust me, I think everyone knows I've been hacking and sick and, trying to avoid people for a couple of weeks now. But what do we do in terms of, helping people access some of these programs if they don't have a smartphone or if they don't have a laptop? I know that was an issue during COVID, with a number of communities that, we were like, oh, we're just going to go online, with education. How do we communicate and get into those pockets of the community? And maybe that's what your new, teammate will be doing. But what do we do when people don't have smartphones and don't have laptops? How are we doing outreach to them?
So that is through that community outreach toolkit, the RAC card. That's a traditional communication method. Those will be printed cards. Those will be those will be in communities, in the hands of leaders and participants, to be able to spread awareness for a variety, like the social equity application, our application process, workforce development and expungement. What you're going to newspaper ads. We do through the multimedia awareness that we're doing, we do anticipate on having like radio. I don't even know if that's called that anymore because I have listened to the radio forever.
I listen to the radio. I'm there.
Well, I'll take that back. I'll take that back, Madam Chair. I am satellite radio, so I guess we're still.
You're ahead of me.
Right. And so those will be available through those channels, word of mouth, hands-on support. I do anticipate
one of
being
the
able to do
one of the things I wanted to just, in terms of the actual training, if it's not in person, I'd love to talk to you, sort of about this offline, about, how we do communicate, because, in a prior role that I played, and I worked for a company that had, an app that made accessible voting for persons with disabilities and overseas military. And this was one of the pushbacks that I got, from a number of people saying, well, not everybody has a smartphone. And we kind of had an answer for that. And but I just want to work with you on that, because I do know that while, even, within a number of different communities, the access to smartphones, I think, is as high as 75%. There's still, a meaningful portion of people who can't communicate easily this way. So I would love to work with you and with Cedric, and Commissioner Camargo, to look at that outreach, especially for, maybe we won't call it ancillary, but, how are we reaching out to those communities to meet them where they are? So anyway, I'll stop there. It's really no answer, but I just love to work with you on this. I think that that there may be some people that, in terms of the actual training, we might be missing, and I'd love to work with you, on that, with some maybe more old-fashioned methods to kind of connect with those people.
Definitely, I'm definitely open to it. Look forward to collaborating.
Do any of the other commissioners or anybody on the team wish to, Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you so much. I had a sort of follow-up question that's related to the chairwoman's comments. Celia, you mentioned that this last cohort was the largest cohort that we've had here at the Commission for the Social Equity Program. And I know that this is also a unique cohort, considering it being virtual. I guess in my mind, I assumed there's a correlation between having access virtually as opposed to in person. But do you have any, I don't know if you've done any surveys or anything to kind of give us a concrete reasoning as to why we saw such an uptick in the amount of participants that we've had this cohort?
So I haven't done any participated in any specific survey. But what I can speak to is that we've increased promotional efforts. I also want to, I also understand that there is a vast awareness of the Cannabis Control Commission, which also inspires people to want to know how to get into the industry if they don't have the access to do it the traditional way. Our communication team has delivered ads across Massachusetts, newspapers, social media, virtual events. Those ways have outreach to participants, which I feel like have contributed to the increase that we see in participation here. But I do understand what Madam Chair has brought up, because I do have a smartphone, right? But I don't participate in social media in those traditional channels. So I understand how I need to think outside of the box in different ways to access different participants and individuals' interests that may not do the things that we commonly think, or some people just automatically take for granted every day.
That's helpful. So it's increased awareness. I wonder if, because I think at our earlier meeting months and months ago, I asked about capacity and if there was any sort of limitations on the amount of people we could accept into this cohort. And I believe the response I received was that there was not. And I thought that was because of the way that this cohort was structured with the virtual component. So can you kind of explain why there was no caps and how we're able to have such capacity for a larger number of participants?
I don't, from myself, looking into or learning the program, as previously mentioned, I came from HR and then I moved here learning the program. There was never really any constraints on the number of participants that would be approved to participate in the programming. although it
Okay.
is something that we have thought about, because capacity concerns may arise at some point, especially if we begin to pivot to like an in-person learning setting. How many people can I safely
Mhm.
hold, or how many, like when I open cohort 4 applications and we produce and deliver that coursework, it's not only for those people that have applied in that particular application period. I would also be delivering, our program would also be delivering that coursework and those live training sessions to all participants.
Mhm.
They're welcome to come back in and relearn and refresh. And so eventually that is something that will have to be assessed. What does that look like? Will it have to be hybrid to make sure that everyone has access if we don't have enough capacity?
Okay. And I see our Chief of Communications, Mr. Sinclair, has joined us again. I don't know if you have anything to add.
Sure. And yeah, I think part of the conversation is we have capacity on some parts of the program. I think we are approaching a point where we have to really look at capacity within the entrepreneur track. When we look at the stats on the participation within those courses, we are at a place where there's not there, we can't add many more people within a course and keep to instructional design best practices, student to teacher ratio. In some of the other tracks where we're trying to build more higher interest, such as core and entry, there is lots of capacity there. Our intention is to squeeze that capacity by driving more interest into those courses. But one of the things we're looking at this upcoming SCP cycle is that for the entrepreneur, if the interest there maintains as it is and increases, we really have to look at putting in second sessions of any particular course, or adding in new modes of learning, such as self-paced digital modules that allow for participants to still have an interactive experience, but not be there at the time of the course is taught.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. Will you be updating the curriculum to address Chapter 180, the Acts of 22, and how it could, will impact HCA's, the Social Equity Loan Fund, and social consumption sites?
Celia, I don't know if you want to take it, but I know you touched on it earlier, that we are constantly refining our coursework from year to year. In fact, the introduction of delivery licenses commencing operations led to several new courses being put into this third cohort. We also, the continued concerns that we find around predatory behavior led to new coursework. And we certainly would look at social consumption and any other implications from the municipal engagement for needed coursework.
Just to follow up on that, do you have post-course like surveys? Do you survey these folks at the end?
Celia?
Yes. Sorry.
And if you find a common thread or theme, is there a way to let commissioners know if there's common challenges, like you said, the predatory lending, or there's other common challenges, especially as we enter the phase of regulatory drafting? It would be helpful for us to know as commissioners, when you survey these folks, if you're seeing a common theme that you could bring to our attention.
So thank you very much, Commissioner Roy, for that feedback. For the first question, do we survey participants? I'm so sorry, I lost my train of thought. So yes. So there is a survey that's built in every time that we survey participants as they move through and complete the live coursework. So a participant receives a survey inquiring, how they perceive the course, what did they get out of the course, anything that we can improve in the course. And then we also, within our learning management system, incorporate an accessible survey to people to also, as they move, if you can't attend the live coursework, as they move through the self-paced modules, that they can then give us that information. We do pull that data down, which we utilize to refine and redevelop and tweak our programming. Historically, we have engaged as our previous chairperson, I want to make sure I say that, as a previous chairperson, did facilitate a course, business planning, and touched on predatory lending based on feedback that we were receiving from the equity participant community. Kudos to Chairman Hoffman for his contributions to coursework and delivering a presentation for cohort 3 coursework as well.
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, I'll be quick. I know we got more. Commissioner Concepcion, to your point, to your question earlier, just about the increase on cohort 3, I also want to say kudos to us as commissioners, because I think that all of us have been out at community events, whether virtual or in person, and I've heard you all talk about the social equity program as a resource, as a tool. I also want to thank, folks that are always watching us. They were part of the wave of folks who helped to promote this program. And we all know there's sort of, the traditional cannabis community in Massachusetts, but it's now growing of people who were never interested in cannabis, didn't know anything of cannabis, but because they've seen us, they've heard us, they've seen the program, the folks who've been outside sort of promoting this, they're now interested in it. I'm also going to say, I think that, the conversation we had back in March around the DIA study and what does it mean and what does it, what's the impact of that, I think also helped us to talk about the social equity program. And I think, that's why I think a little bit of why one of the reasons we saw an increase on the social equity program. So kudos to, all the commissioners who are out there doing community outreach. We always say this, equity is part of our overall mission and mandate here at the commission. I think that we're all talking about it. So I just want to say that.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you, Commissioner Camargo. These are my last 2 questions, I promise, Aaliyah. I will stop asking questions. But I was thinking about a question that Commissioner Stebbins asked earlier about the those who have applied but were not accepted. And I had 2 questions around that. As you can tell, my mind I try to identify sort of commonalities, common denominators with things. Was there a common reason for the denial of those applications? Was there something that kind of was happening that we have identified that can be corrected? And also, I'm assuming, but I want to ask if you are maintaining a list of those applicants who did not receive entrance into the program itself.
Yes, Commissioner. So I want to stray away from saying denied, because we don't want to get into the practice of denying anyone. What I do want to say is that the inability to prove eligibility criteria in the period, in the application period, so those participants were not accepted into the program for that particular cohort class. And that just ensues the need for the tutorials and the resources that we're giving to help participants or interested participants move through the application process. Small consumable information that lets you know what documentation you need, lets you know what the criteria eligibility is, where you may or may not fit into that, so you can successfully, hopefully successfully move through the application process. But my team and I were also here and are anticipating being able to, reach out in a quicker manner. Now that, I have a little army coming here, like to reach out in a quicker manner, to reach out to participants and say, this is the documentation you're waiting. Maybe they haven't seen the email, and that's what time has lapsed. And so many appear that some, quite frankly, simply just don't qualify as well. That's with as previously mentioned, that's with the intentionality to make sure that we are targeting diverse communities. We're targeting the communities and the individuals who have been most harmed by the war on drugs. And so all of those kind of play a factor. But no one's been forgotten, and no one's really been denied. You'll be given, when we open the application period, you'll be given an opportunity to reopen that application. Let's walk through what's missing. Let's try to get that documentation submitted, so then you may qualify for the program.
So when people reapply, you have a mechanism for knowing that this person is a reapplicant. Okay.
Yes. So the system that we use is I guess is married or the same system, a mass CIP, which most are commonly associate that with licensing. We use the same system. And so within that system, I can see the history of an application. I can see when an applicant went in. I can see if you've withdrawn or if you've added or additional information. So it is up to date with the reasoning as to why or what is missing or what is required for a participant to move to that next step in review and hopefully approval.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If the commissioners don't have any more questions, I want to thank the diversity and equity team for presenting us with some great information here and giving us an update. I don't know if Sean has anything else, but I think it's about time where we may like to take a 15-minute recess. So I will ask for a motion for a 15-minute recess. Commissioner Roy, would you like to make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, would you like to second that motion?
Second.
Do the commissioners have any comments or questions? And hearing none, that the motion has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved unanimously. We will reconvene in 15 minutes. It is 11:40 right now. Okay, I think Commissioner Concepcion, are we back? Thanks. I believe thank you, everybody. Returning from the break, Executive Director Collins, do you have some additional updates that you want to move through?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. And I appreciate the conversation and dialogue, and obviously grateful to both Celia and Cedric for that presentation. In fact, this is a related update in a lot of ways. There was some discussion about would we do in-person events, or what is our outreach strategy, and how do we get word out about our social equity program, but also our other equity offerings, including things like exclusivity for delivery, et cetera, which I should also note, I think was one of the largest driving forces for the largest cohort, was actually the creation and opportunity for the delivery licenses, and that the benefits that exclusivity provides. So I'm just calling your attention to the fact that we do have an open bid right now on COMBI. So folks that may not be familiar with our state procurement process, it is the one single-handed resource that we use to procure things, goods, services, et cetera. Although it's a little wonky, that reference right there, if you go to COMBIs and plug that in, you'll see that we have an open procurement right now looking to essentially establish a stable of vendors that we can work with to do things like events, to do things like community outreach. And we would obviously encourage any firms to apply. I also want to just note, and I think Commissioner Roy, you touched on this, which is how do we get feedback to or from commissioners relative to offerings? And I think Celia referenced it, that the entire topic of predatory practices was actually generated through commissioner discussions. And obviously we're grateful to the commissioners for bringing that to our attention, and also for folks that are in the market for bringing that to our attention, so that we can actually offer an evolving programming that is of benefit to folks. And Commissioner Roy, I think you also talked about a portal that California offers. I want to acknowledge that's something we're doing. We're actually working on that right now, and something we've been thinking about for a number of years. Really, the execution is something that we've worked through and evolved, and I want to thank Commissioner Stebbins as well for trying to help us with that vision and partnering us with some other state agencies that actually have an expertise in this field. So we're really trying to know what we know and try to find folks that know what we don't, and partner there so we can offer some things. The last thing I want to reference on, and this is another kind of technical update, but it's important for folks in the industry. We do have some scheduled metric outages. The reason I raise it now, these happen from time to time. We have enough advance notice, but I also see the frequency over the course of December. So just wanted to call your attention, but also through you to the public, that through the month of December, you'll see some outages relative to performance and scalability, reliability, which are all really important and good updates to have. We also try to make those as least disruptive as possible. So we do them overnight. We typically do them on weekends to make sure we're not disrupting someone's business operations. So, and also folks that use Metric will get an alert on Metric prior to this. So I just wanted to call your attention to it. I think I have just a few more slides, and again, I'll be as expeditious as possible, knowing you have a busy agenda. There was some discussion at the last meeting relative to the regulations process. I am grateful for that. I think some commissioners alluded to the fact that between meetings, we spend a lot of time and a lot of energy trying to work alongside commissioners, work among staff, and serve as a good conduit between the work that we have to do. A lot of that work is a multi-month effort, which may not cascade or include an update at a public meeting, but I will certainly endeavor to provide these updates as regularly as possible. I just wanted to call your attention to a few things. We are prioritizing those things that are identified in that new statute, Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022. HCAs is certainly amongst them, social consumption, municipal equity, you name it. Suitability would also be included in there. We're in the process right now, myself, certainly under the leadership of Christine Bailey, our general counsel, and her team in legal, of organizing those things that you've identified, those things that our staff have identified, also those things that have come through industry or stakeholder engagement, to really start to sort out that work. What does it look like? What are those topics that need a kind of a robust working group comprised of staff or comprised of that external engagement? And what's kind of technical? It can just be written in a kind of a track change style, or what might be, I hate to overuse this phrase or this word, but ministerial in nature. So where we're going to go next is ultimately continue conversations with our commissioners. making sure that you have obviously a leadership role in this process, that you are in the driver's seat, delineating those working groups, making sure that our staff are able to plug in where possible, but also managing their workload, making sure that we're not over burdening our staff. That also might mean that I have to work with you to reset some expectations on some things, and that's okay. And begin identifying and starting to calendar what some of this process will look like, and really putting out those initial outreach opportunities for stakeholders to engage with us. Again, I just try to lay out some priorities that I think are meaningful here. Stakeholder engagement being kind of chief amongst them, excuse me. And I intentionally use the phrase stakeholder. If you identify as a stakeholder, we want to talk to you. I don't want to delineate a list of if I were to delineate a list, I would probably be leaving somebody out. That is not my intention. So I want to make sure that we give plenty of opportunity for folks to really engage with us so that we can learn. Ensuring adequate time to review and evaluate, especially on the implementation side, knowing what costs could be, knowing what timelines could be, so that we can be upfront with those expectations, that we understand the impact on some of our other agency priorities. And again, that's really that implementation side combined with what's our workload and our capacity here at the agency. And then lastly, as I mentioned earlier, making sure that we can provide regular updates, certainly to you as commissioners, but also through you to the public as well. So again, there's a bit of a mouthful there, but I'm happy to take any questions if you have them. But I'll be back on a regular basis alongside, again, our general counsel to engage with you publicly, but also readily available privately as well, as always.
Excuse me,
sure.
are you gonna have any specific? I can't remember at what point, but are you gonna have some specific comments about HCA's and the timing? Because I know that there's a lot of. Okay, great.
Yep, there's a proposal later in your agenda that actually will begin a lot of that
great.
discussion.
Okay,
so thank you for reminding me. But yes, that would be a separate slide later on. Last two slides here. I mentioned we went over 100 employees here at the agency. That's obviously a big milestone. That's because we've been onboarding folks at a feverish pace. So I obviously want to commend our various departments that are looking to hire, obviously our HR department, our finance folks, our operations folks, our IT folks. It's really a community project to bring on a new group of staff. You see here that we brought in a group of investigators on Monday, as well as 2 project coordinators within our communications team, as well as an associate general counsel. That was all as of Monday. We're looking. We actually, one of those investigators is also an internal promotion. The same is true for the role of a senior press secretary. And then we're also identifying and bringing in a final investigator of this cohort. Folks can also expect, I think, a posting either later on this year or first in rolling into the new year as we continue to staff up on that field investigations and field staff side. Again, that's the hiring process. There's also some postings on the next slide. Commissioner Roy, do you have a question?
Yes. Are you able to announce to us who the internal promotions are?
I certainly could. There's, I don't want to leave anybody out. So I believe it's Olivia Koval as the investigator, as well as Tara Smith as the senior press secretary. Okay, at some point, I would want to introduce you to all of the hires that we've made during COVID and be in a position to introduce you to those folks that have joined our team and evolved in our team as well. And I think Celia is a really great example of some work that's gone on during COVID, but those are the folks that would be included on this slide.
Thank you. I just think it's nice when we recognize when we promote within.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And this is the update I have for you on the hiring process. You see that there's 2 positions that are currently available at the bottom of your screen, the role of press secretary, as well as a desktop support analyst. Both of those positions closed on December 2nd. And we're actively interviewing for a number of roles: legal assistant, constituent service associate, fiscal specialist, lab and testing analysts, manager of community outreach, manager of equity programming, strategic partnerships, and then a project coordinator for research. Some of those are filling vacancies that we may have in this agency, and others would be additional roles that we're looking to bolster. So again, we continue to grow. We're certainly grateful for the support the legislature and the administration have given us to enable us to grow. And as a 5-year-old agency, we're still hitting our stride as a cohort of staff. And I think, I'm not sure which commissioner it was earlier, but referenced that certainly our work here, our mission here are really great recruitment tools for us. And obviously we still see a pretty robust interest in each of these roles, which we're grateful for as well. I think that's it for my slides. So again, really appreciate the indulgence of your time this morning. And obviously we'll be available throughout the meeting to help and support as you engage. So thank you.
Okay, unless any of the commissioners have any questions, the next item on the agenda are recommendations from staff regarding different license applications. I anticipate taking a lunch break after completing these recommendations, but I'm open to a recess as well. If anybody, I'm not sure how long this is going to take, so I will probably be looking at, within the hour, maybe sort of taking people's temperature to see how faint they're getting. So with that, I will ask Ms. Suko Defoe, who's going to present the licensing recommendations today. Turn it over to her for the initial recommendations for change of ownership.
Thank you, Chairwoman. The first item that we have up is change of ownerships. Ember Gardens, this licensee is Ember Gardens Cape Cod LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control of one adult use license and are requesting to add one entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the change of ownership application for Ember Gardens Cape Cod LLC. Is there a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
If there are no questions or comments from the commissioners, hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor, none opposed. The next motion, I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the change of ownership application for Temescal Wellness of Massachusetts LLC. Is there a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved, 5 in favor, none opposed. Now we'll be moving to staff recommendations concerning provisional license applications, and each of these applications will be voted upon separately. Ms. Defoe, can I turn back to you for these recommendations?
Thank you. The applicant here is Cureleaf Processing Incorporated. The proposed location is 241 Riverview Avenue, located in Newton. They are seeking a marijuana research facility license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional license application for Cureleaf Processing Incorporated, number REN 281303, marijuana research facility. I believe Commissioner Stebbins has a condition.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. My proposed condition is this: prior to final application for licensure, review diversity plan and clarify goal of 420 new diverse suppliers and organizations is provided on page 1, and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1C8K. Again, just a number I came across in their diversity plans. Certainly appreciate the work that they're doing, but just spotted that number and just would like a little more clarification as to that number, how they arrived at it. It certainly is aggressive and we applaud that, but would like a little more context if possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. If there are no other conditions and subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the provisional application? Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, did you have a question? Did I move too quickly?
Yes, I have a quick question. Commissioner
go ahead.
Stebbins, Commissioner Stebbins, your condition is that,
Mhm.
because Curaleaf is a multi-state operator, I'm assuming that your condition is specifically related to Massachusetts in terms of those numbers.
That's correct. It's
Oh.
part of their diversity plan for this license in Massachusetts. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, because I know that it's part of their national work, so it would be good to clarify for Massachusetts.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any further comments or questions? If not, I'll return to Commissioner Roy. Would you make that motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Commissioner Stebbins?
Second,
Hearing none on that motion having been seconded, including the conditions articulated by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
aye.
Chair O'Brien votes yes. Let the record show the motion was approved with 5 in favor and none opposed. Ms. Defoe?
The applicant here is Delivered Inc. The proposed location is 75 Green Street, located in Clinton. They are seeking a marijuana delivery operator license. The applicant received expedited review as a social equity participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Commissioner Roy, I believe you have a condition that you'd like to articulate.
Thank you. For Delivered Inc., in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146.5, a delivery operator shall make available educational materials about finished marijuana products to consumers. A delivery operator shall have an adequate supply of current educational material available for distribution. Prior to final licensure, please provide the commission with a copy of your consumer education. To ensure compliance, consumer educational materials shall include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation and must also use substance use helpline.
Thank you. Are there, hearing no additional conditions, I will seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional license application for Delivered Inc., number MDA 1303, marijuana delivery. Is there a motion, Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Yes, a second. I also want to point out that this applicant is part of the SEP cohort 1. So just want to put that out there.
Thank you.
Yep.
And hearing a second from Commissioner Camargo, are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor, none opposed. Ms. Defoe, turning to you.
The applicant here is Debilitating Medical Condition Treatment Centers. The proposed location is 424 State Road, located in Watley. They are seeking a retail license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
And I believe there are no conditions. And if I can, as a Western Mass person, it is Whately.
Oh,
That's okay. That's okay. Just want to note that for all the Western Mass people out there. And I call it Worcester too. So anyway, is there a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? If not, I will seek a motion to approve the recommended provisional application for Debilitating Medical Condition Treatment Center, number MRN 281621 retail. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair O'Brien votes yes. I'll let the record show that the motion was approved, 5 in favor, none opposed. Ms. Defoe?
The applicant here is Ember Gardens Production LLC. This is the co-located establishment with a proposed location of 198 Mill Village Road, located in Deerfield. They are seeking a cultivation tier 3 indoor license and a product manufacturing license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, and I believe there are no conditions from the commissioners. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional license
Madam Chair?
application. I'm sorry, beg your pardon. Go ahead.
I do have a condition for each
Okay.
one.
Okay. Please articulate your condition.
But would you like me to read there for one is for cultivation and one is for product manufacture? Do you want me to read them both?
Why don't you just read them both, unless anyone
Okay.
has a concern about that. I think that that's fine.
Okay. For Ember Gardens Production LLC, cultivation tier 3 indoor. Prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-12012 and 935 CMR 500-12014.
Okay, and I'm sorry, go ahead.
You want to vote on that one and then I'll read the
No. I'll let you articulate. Why don't, if that's for the first one, why don't we do that? And I
Yeah.
believe Commissioner Stebbins also has a condition, and then we can get to the next one.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this condition will also apply to both licenses, but the motion for consideration is prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and clarify focus on Orleans residents for internship and scholarship programs as provided on page 2 and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1A11.
Okay, thank you. So we will deal first with the cultivation tier 3 license. So I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Ember Gardens Production LLC, number MCN 283722 cultivation. Do I hear a motion from Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. I'll let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor and none opposed. Commissioner Roy, could you read your conditions for Ember Gardens Production Product Manufacturer?
Sure. Prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and 935 CMR 500-139.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, Madam Chair. Again, prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and clarify focus on Orleans residents for internship and scholarship programs as provided on page 2 and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1A11.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Ember Gardens Production LLC, MPN 282196 product manufacturing, subject to the articulated commissions. Is there a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Is there a motion, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved with 5 in favor, none opposed. Ms. Defoe, please continue.
The applicant here is Green Waves Incorporated. This is a co-located establishment with a proposed location of 174 Mashpub Road, located in Holland. They are seeking a cultivation Tier 3 indoor license and a product manufacturing license. The applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, and I believe Commissioner Roy has a commission for this cultivation license.
I do, thank you. Prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators. As it relates to quality control samples, licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-12012 and 935 CMR 500-12014. Thank you.
Okay, I believe there are no more conditions. Therefore, I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Green Wave number MCN 283707 cultivation Tier 3. Is there a motion, Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor, none opposed. Ms. Defoe, have you, just to make sure I'm clarified, do you have any further description of this, or have you covered both of these?
I have covered both of them.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I seek a motion to approve. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I believe that there is another condition from Commissioner Roy for the product manufacturing part of this co-located.
Thank you. Prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and 935 CMR 500-139. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Green Wave Inc. Product manufacturer number MPN 282209. Is there a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Are there any questions from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor, none opposed. Ms. Defoe?
The applicant here is I&I Rose Garden LLC. The proposed location is 22 Birch Street, located in Boston. They are seeking a retail license. This applicant received priority review as an economic empowerment applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, and Commissioner Roy has a condition.
Yep, for I&I Rose Garden LLC, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you. Is there a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor, none opposed. Ms. Defoe?
The applicant here is Natural Agricultural Products, LLC. The proposed location is 1437 Bedford Street, located in Abington. They are seeking a retail license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Yep, for natural agricultural products prior to final licensure, in accordance with 935 CMR 146, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Natural Agricultural Products LLC, number MRN 284177 retail. Is there a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor and none opposed. And not that you have a lot of them. I shouldn't call you Conditioner Stebbins, so I will retake that. So anyway, all right, Ms. Defoe?
The applicant here is Northeast Can Incorporated. The proposed location is 61 Gar Highway, located in Swansea. They are seeking a retail license. The applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Roy, could you please enunciate your conditions?
And I probably earned that title. Conditions. Prior to final licensure, in accordance with 935 CMR 50146, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you. I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Northeast Can Incorporated, number MRN 284438. Is there a motion, Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins? Oops. You're muted.
Sorry about that. There was some traffic going by. Aye.
Oops, sorry. And the chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor and none opposed. Ms. Defoe?
The applicant here is the Blue Jay Botanicals, doing business as Boston Garden Dispensary. The proposed location is 22 Chestnut Hill Avenue, located in Athol. They are seeking a marijuana courier license. The applicant received priority review as an economic empowerment applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, and I do not see any motions, any conditions from any of the commissioners. So I seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Blue Jay Botanicals, number DOA 100159, marijuana courier. Is there a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor and none opposed. Ms. Defoe is going to be walking us through Western Front, but Commissioner Camargo will be recusing herself from this vote and will be going off camera. Ms. Defoe?
The applicant here is Western Front LLC. The proposed location is 98 Winthrop Street, located in Cambridge. They are seeking a retail license. The applicant received priority review as an economic empowerment applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you. And I believe Commissioner Roy has a condition.
Prior to final licensure, in accordance with 935-146, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you. I will seek a motion to approve the recommendation to approve the provisional application for Western Front LLC, number MRN 284389, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved, 4 in favor, and Commissioner Camargo was recused, and Commissioner Camargo can rejoin us. Thank you. Next, we're going to address the staff, recommendations concerning final license applications. The recommendations will be voted on in one roster. Ms. Defoe, do you have any statements or comments regarding the final license applications?
Not at this time.
And so I would like to take these applications as a group, but I will be abstaining from number 13. So the first group will be 1 through 12 and 14 on your list of final applications. I'll seek a motion to approve the recommendation for final licenses, items 1 through 12 and 14 on the agenda, subject to any conditions imposed by any commissioner. Do we have any conditions? Hearing none, I'll ask Commissioner Roy for a motion.
So moved.
I'll ask Commissioner Stebbins to second that motion.
Second.
Hearing on, are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor and none opposed. And then taking up number 13. Is there a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Is there a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners?
Chairwoman, I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify. Is this the application you're recusing yourself from, the final?
No, I'm abstaining from the vote.
Oh, abstain. Okay, got it. Sorry, just clarifying.
Yep,
Got it.
yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair abstains. Let the record show the motion was approved with 4 in favor and the chair abstaining. Now we will turn to staff recommendations on license renewals, which will be voted in 2 groups, adult use and medical use. Ms. Defoe, do you have any statements or comments regarding the application renewals?
No, ma'am.
Second, I just want to make sure. Okay. If there's no comment from Ms. Defoe, I seek a motion to approve the recommendation for adult use license renewals, specifically items 1 through 51 on the agenda. Is there a motion, Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Is there a second? Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved with 5 in favor and none opposed. And next, I will seek a motion to approve the recommendation for medical license renewals, specifically items 52 through 60 on the agenda. Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that's been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion was approved with 5 in favor and none opposed. Now we are at 12:36. I'd sort of like to get a little feedback. Are the commissioners, would they like to take a lunch break now? Because we will have a lot to discuss and that could be, a detailed conversation. So unless anyone has some serious reservations, do we want to entertain a motion to break for a half an hour right now for lunch? Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to what am I saying? To take a break. What's the word?
Lunch?
Yeah, but a break.
Recess.
Oh my Lord, it's been a long day. Commissioner Concepcion, will you make the motion to recess for a half an hour?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, will you second that motion?
Second.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I will take a roll call. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien, Chair O'Brien votes yes. So that will give us 20. So at 1:10, we will reconvene at 1:10. Does that make sense for everybody?
Mhm.
Great. Thank you.
I know the public can hear us, but hi, ladies. Good to see you both.
Good afternoon.
You as well.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Commissioners.
Sabiel, are you taking minutes or are you part of the presentation?
I'm doing both, actually.
Or both?
Good afternoon, Savio.
Afternoon, Commissioner.
Sabiel, Paul, and the chair are in the Boston office today, including me. So we're here.
I should say, guys, I'm sorry, I identified the group as the Access, Equity, and Inclusion Group. It's the Access and Equity Work Group. So my apologies.
Mhm.
Gonna hold you to that one.
That's completely fine.
I still sometimes call this group the DIA group, which is not accurate. But they're so similar in acronyms where it sometimes you get confusing. So.
As long as you're not MIA, we're good. So who are we? We have all of the commissioners. Is Sean back? I'm trying to. All right, do we think we're ready? I don't know if we need, I can't tell if the executive director is back or just.
I'm here.
You're there. Okay, I just want to make sure you're on and you can benefit from all this good stuff. Okay, so I'm going to we will reconvene now. And so we're going to now have a discussion on the disproportionately impacted areas. The first item for discussion today is presented by the Commission's Access and Equity Working Group and discussion on disproportionately impacted areas. I'm going to turn it over to Tisa Chukwueze for introductions.
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. Today, the DEI Access and Equity Work Group will be presenting our review of the 2021 DEI study. Our group is comprised of Sabiel Rodriguez, Megan Doobie, Andrew Carter, who will not be presenting today but played an equal contributing part in the work we will bring before you today, and myself, Tisa Chukwueze. At the conclusion of our presentation, we will present 3 recommendations for your consideration. This slide is perfect. As we go through these agenda items, we kindly ask that all questions and comments be held until the end of the presentation. Additionally, this presentation is supported by a paper, which is a part of the public meeting packet and will be made available on the Commission website. Next slide, please. In December of 2017, Dr. Getman wrote a report on the impact of drug and marijuana arrests on local communities in Massachusetts. The results of this report are what make up the Commission's current ADI list of 29 municipalities. Subsequently, Dr. Getman conducted 2 additional reports, one in January of 2018 and another in April of 2018 as well, identifying the top 25% of census tracts within Boston, Worcester, Springfield, and Lowell. And the results of this report are what make up the current ADI list for census tracts. In March of 2021, the University of Massachusetts Amherst Donahue Institute wrote a new report identifying disproportionately impacted areas by cannabis prohibition in Massachusetts. This 2021 report was then referred to us to evaluate. Our evaluation process included meeting with both internal and external stakeholders, and also reviewing past reports, meeting minutes, external studies, and articles. Today's recommendations are a combination of all that we've learned through the discussions and research. And in summary, what we've learned is that this is a complex issue that impacts every part of the commission and industry. Past cannabis prohibition laws have negatively impacted hundreds of thousands of lives and communities across the U.S. We approach this evaluation process with the mindset of being as inclusive as possible. We wanted to hear and learn from the regulators, the industry, and those directly harmed. And as leaders in the industry, the Commission's impact goes beyond the borders of the Commonwealth, as we've seen many newly legalized states following in our footsteps with regards to our equity initiatives. Thank you for your time and attention. I will begin with a brief overview of the legal framework of our Commission's equity mandate. Next slide, please. The Commission enjoys broad legal authority with all powers necessary or convenient to carry out and effectuate its purpose. One of the purposes the Commission must effectuate is building and maintaining an inclusive and equitable industry that accounts for the past harms of marijuana prohibition and enforcement. The Commission's authority includes the power to promulgate regulations that are consistent with the statute for the administration, clarification, and enforcement of laws regulating and licensing marijuana establishments. That was a mouthful. The Commission has the authority to implement, clarify, and enforce the laws regulating adult and medical use of marijuana. The Commission shall approve a marijuana establishment license application and issue a license if the prospective marijuana establishment has submitted an application that is in full compliance with the Commission's regulations and requirements in the statute. Next slide, please. As part of our statutory mandate, the Commission must adopt procedures and policies to promote and encourage the full participation in the regulated marijuana industry by people from communities that have previously been disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement, and to positively impact those communities. One of the policies adopted by the Commission to promote the full participation in this regulated industry was to identify geographic areas harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, also known as areas of disproportionate impact. The Commission defined areas of disproportionate impact as a geographic area identified by the Commission for the purposes identified in the statute and which has had historically high rates of arrest, convictions, and incarceration related to marijuana crimes. The current regulatory definition limits an area of disproportionate impact to areas with high rates of arrests, convictions, and incarceration related to cannabis crimes only. It does not include other drugs such as opioids, cocaine, heroin, etc. That's important. And my colleague Sabiel will discuss the next section on racial disparity. Next slide, please.
Thank you so much, Tisa. A historical overview of racial disparities. The Marijuana Tax Act of 1937 was the most significant effort by the federal government to regulate the use of cannabis in the United States in the 20th century. It was the federal government's effort to outlaw all components involved in cannabis production and a precursor to the 1970 Federal Controlled Substance Act and the War on Drugs. In 1971, President Nixon declared the war on drugs. In the following decades, the country's prison population went from 300,000 to more than 2 million. Drug offenses accounted for about 2/3 of the increase in the federal inmate population and more than half of the state inmate population. I argue that the harms caused by the war on drugs led many states to legalize cannabis. This new cannabis industry began in 1996 when California became the first state to legalize cannabis for medical use. Between the start of the new industry in 1996 and 2018, 18 states voted on 62 cannabis-related ballot measures. As of 2022, a total of 43 states, as well as the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, have medical use programs, and 25 of those have decriminalized cannabis or have full adult use programs, including Missouri and Maryland, who voted to legalize adult use at the midterm election this past Tuesday. So overall, Massachusetts adult use retailers have recorded roughly $3.3 billion since the state first launched commercial sales in November of 2018. Next slide, please. So the impact of legalization. The new cannabis industry has yet to curtail the disproportionate impact of cannabis arrests. Although the total number of people arrested for cannabis possession and the rates of arrest have decreased in states where cannabis is legal or decriminalized, the racial disparities in arrest rates in these states remain. A study by the ACLU noted that in every state that has legalized or decriminalized cannabis possession, Black people are still more likely to be arrested for possession than their white counterparts. The same study found that in Massachusetts, in 2018, Black people were 4 times more likely than white people to be arrested for marijuana possession, and the data shows that the racial disparities in cannabis possession arrests in Massachusetts were actually larger in 2018 than they were in 2010. Further, a Harvard Law study found that racial disparities increase as one progresses through the criminal justice system. It also found that Massachusetts significantly outpaced national racial disparity rates in incarceration, imprisoning Black people at a rate 7.9 times larger and Hispanic people at a rate of 4.9 times larger than their white counterparts. Additionally, Black and Hispanic people sentenced to incarceration received longer sentences than their white counterparts, with Black people receiving sentences that are on average 168 days longer, and Hispanic people receiving sentences that are on average 148 days longer. Lastly, in states where cannabis is legal or decriminalized, the lack of public consumption venues disproportionately harm people who cannot consume cannabis products in their households. Thus, if legalization occurs without providing social consumption spaces open to the public, people who live in a rental or public housing may not have a place to smoke cannabis products without risking eviction or criminalization. For a report done by the National Low Income Housing Coalition across all public housing in the country, about 45% of residents are African American and a little over 20% are Hispanic or Latino. Thus, the lack of social consumption spaces disproportionately harm people of color, who disproportionately make up people who live in public housing in the country. Next slide, please. The state of the industry. Systemic barriers such as racism and disparities in the criminal justice system have left people of color less able to compete in the new capital-intensive cannabis industry. The cannabis industry was brought in part by a promise of equity, but so far the work remains outstanding. Additionally, Black and Hispanic or Latino people represent a small percentage of owners and agents in the Massachusetts cannabis industry, despite the Commission's current social equity efforts. Next slide, please. So this chart shows the percentage of agents and owners / partners who have commenced operation by race as of August 2022 in the Commonwealth. This chart illustrates that white people make up 77.1% of all agents and 80.6% of all owners and partners across the industry in the Commonwealth and account for 69.6% of the population per the 2020 census. Black people make up 7.1% of agents and 6.5% of all owners or partners across the industry in the Commonwealth and account for 7% of the state population per the 2020 census. Hispanic or Latino people of any race make up 9.3% of all agents and 4.3% of all owners and partners across the industry in the Commonwealth and account for 12.6% of the population per the 2020 census. So this data shows that white people make up a disproportionate percentage of owners and agents across the industry in the Commonwealth, even when accounted for population size in the Commonwealth. Next slide, please. I now turn it over to my colleague Tisa to discuss people and community.
Thank you, Sabiel. So discussions with internal and external stakeholders have revealed that community is viewed in different ways by different people. Some view community purely as geographic. Others look at characteristics such as socioeconomic conditions, and others look at it as demographics. Quite frankly, there's an interplay of all of these components when viewing communities in the context of our equity. During these discussions, 3 common questions and themes arose regarding people and communities disproportionately impacted by cannabis prohibition and enforcement. One being, how were geographic areas harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement? There were several types of harms to a geographic area discussed, one being the harm of over-policing in an area. That's captured through analyzing location of arrest data. However, there's another harm, and that being the collateral impact to a geographic area from a community member's absence due to being placed in the criminal justice. The general sentiment being the farther one goes in the system, the greater harm to the individual, to the family, and to the community. Second question being, what data should be collected and assessed to capture the harms of a geographic area? Feedback suggests when identifying geographic areas that have been disproportionately harmed, both qualitative data and quantitative data, to the extent available, is an important part of understanding, assessing, and identifying which areas were harmed disproportionately. Not only does the inclusion of this data better align with our statutory mandate, but it also helps us to identify geographic communities that have disproportionately endured the collateral effects of cannabis prohibition and enforcement. While data was included in the Getman study, the Getman and UMass studies, the arrest data, While arrest data was included in the Getman and UMass studies, the arrest data did not include where the arrestee resided or other post-arrest data that may assist with capturing the impact of cannabis enforcement on the individual, their family, and the community in which they reside. For example, research shows that incarceration deepens the layers of inequality in a geographic area and disrupts the social and economic fabric of neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Lastly, another question was, does the formula used to score areas of disproportionate impact account for the disproportionate harm to certain demographic communities? Data supports a finding that specific demographic communities are expressly harmed by cannabis prohibition enforcement. And as noted by my colleague Sabiel, Black and Hispanic or Latino communities were disproportionately harmed at every level of treatment, from the initial stop to incarceration. Further research has also shown that these racial groups were harmed at a disproportionate rate, regardless of location and socioeconomic condition. In the Getman study, as you can see, race was not a specific variable in the formula used to identify disproportionately impacted areas. And while the UMass study does include racial demographics, the formula used for scoring and ranking areas is weighted equally among all 4 variables. Based on our assessment and feedback, the demographic variable should reflect the increased and disproportionate harm incurred by certain demographics, notwithstanding their socioeconomic status where they reside. Thank you. Next slide, please.
All right, so over the next couple of slides, we're going to jump into the data sets that were used and the areas of opportunity that we identified within those. As we look at the Getman study, it's first important to note that the study was done by one researcher in an extremely small amount of time. It was done in under 2 months, and this was necessitated by legislative mandates, including the opening of the initial application period. So now let's look at the data analyzed and the areas of opportunity we identified. The study evaluated arrest data from the UCR summary reporting system for both all drug arrests and marijuana-only drug arrests. The total drug arrest data was available for 160 municipalities, and the marijuana arrest data was available for 148. The economic data used came from the American Community Survey, and all of the data is for the time period of 2006 through 2010. So this represents the 3-year period prior to Massachusetts cannabis decriminalization and the 2 years following decriminalization. So jumping over to areas of opportunity, the researcher noted that racial disparities exist, yet the study remained race neutral. Using the UCR data resulted in unavailable data points for 191 municipalities for all drug arrests and 203 for marijuana arrests. Blind spots also exist in the study, include the impacts of conviction, sentencing, incarceration, and other sanctions on adults, and the impacts of arrest and employment the impacts of arrests and employment and educational opportunities for juveniles. The last area of opportunity that we identified for this study is having quantitative or qualitative data for the period of 1971, so representing the declaration of the war on drugs, to 2006, and the period of 2011 through the present. Next slide, please. Before we jump into the UMass study, the data sets used, it's important to note that the UMass study benefited from learning from the Getman study, of course, and that included the advantage of working under a less constricted time frame, but it still was done in under a year. And it also benefited by having a full team of researchers working on the project rather than just the one. So looking at the data analyzed in the areas of opportunity, the study evaluated all arrest data from NIBRs in the Boston Police Department. This provided an increase in the number of municipalities that could be considered because it went from the data points we noted before to being able to report on 295 municipalities. It's really important to note that not only does NIBRs present the opportunity to evaluate more municipalities, but it also provides an advantage in what data points they capture. UCR system only recorded the most severe crime and arrest, whereas the NIBRs system records all the crimes in the arrest. So this allows the data to be evaluated on a more granular level. The demographic and socioeconomic data came from the 2000 US Census Bureau decennial census and the 2 ACS 5-year databases. This data included race for municipalities. The data represents a time period of 2000 through 2017 in the study. So jumping over to the areas of opportunity, well, there was an increase in the number of municipalities that could be evaluated based on the available data in NIBRs. There were still 55 municipalities that do not report into NIBRs. So therefore, they weren't included in the evaluation. This includes Lawrence. But data has since been obtained for Lawrence. Though that data has been obtained, it's important to note that this has not been cleaned, evaluated, or rolled into the study in any way, and is not in progress right now, and that's something to consider for the future. As with the Getman study, blind spots also exist in this study for the impacts of conviction, sentencing, and incarceration or other sanctions on adults, and the impacts of arrests on employment and educational opportunities for juveniles. While this study did include data to better include socioeconomic changes for the period of 2000 through 2017, there remains an opportunity to understand the socioeconomic changes of each municipality from 1971, when the war on drugs was declared, through the present. And lastly, as has been noted throughout the presentation and in other research, there has been and remains a disproportionate impact to Black and/or Hispanic people through the enforcement of the war on drugs. Yet the formula in the study weights each variable equally. Next slide, please. So we're going to jump into the policy recommendations and considerations, and just a few things to note before that. Based on our findings, we've developed 3 recommendations for the Commission to consider. Our approach to these recommendations is that they are based in policy and they are independent of implementation. And each of these recommendations should be considered independent of one another. They are not being presented in any specific order as well. If the Commission chooses to adopt any of the forthcoming recommendations, there may be resource implications for implementation, including time, money, and staff capacity, of course. Additionally, as these policy recommendations are specifically in response to the DI studies, it is important to note that quantitative research is only one of the many tools that can be used when developing policy. Ultimately, we feel that this research is most helpful when paired with an understanding of the harms of the war on drugs, which we recognize as a war on people, as well as an understanding of the Commonwealth and the Commission's constituency. Next slide, please. We recommend that the UMass analysis be rerun, utilizing cannabis arrest data rather than using all drug arrest data, and when doing this, include the Lawrence data. As noted before, this data will need to be cleaned to be equally comparable to all the other data that's already procured. And in addition to that, the data that has already been procured can be analyzed at the cannabis arrest data level. Rerunning this model specifically using cannabis arrest data more accurately aligns to the legislative and regulatory mandates, including the Commission's definition of ADA, which is a geographic area identified by the Commission for the purposes identified in 94G, and which has historically high rates of arrest, conviction, and incarceration related to marijuana crimes. A consideration when doing this is to utilize a work group to determine a minimum DI score that would qualify municipalities to be on the list. And a second consideration is to evaluate if the formula, equally weighting race, accurately accounts for the disproportionate impact on Black and/or Hispanic people, regardless of where they reside in the Commonwealth. Next slide, please.
We also recommend that the Commission conduct a state of the data analysis to understand the universe of data available, as well as costs and timelines associated with procurement, cleaning, and analysis before conducting an additional study. Some data sets that we think should be considered are number and rates of adult cannabis arrests, convictions, and incarceration. These are all contemplated in our regulations and are directly aligned with our statutory mandate. The number and rates of juvenile cannabis arrests, convictions, and detentions. This speaks more to the prison pipeline and data that shows that when juveniles are detained, they're more likely to go deeper into the criminal justice system. Percent of people living in poverty. Both studies discuss the interplay between arrest and conditions. Percent of residents who report Black and/or Latino, as cited throughout our presentation, there's a disproportionate impact to certain these demographic communities. And then quantitative and qualitative data from 1971 to present. I think Megan touched upon it a bit, and I'm going to just add a few more comments. One being that feedback has informed us that quantitative data doesn't tell the full story, and this information should be contextualized and leveraged with individuals from these communities with lived experiences. Also, collectively, the two studies that we assessed cover the time periods of 2006 to 2017, but the war on drugs referenced by President Nixon starting in 1971. Most importantly, communities change and people move. Boston alone has experienced rapid changes early and through what is gentrification. We must be cognizant of that to ensure that the community members in which these social equity benefits are intended for, in fact, are the recipients and live. And lastly, it's a catch-all any other data that the commission deems necessary. The purpose of this is to gain a better understanding of available data as well as costs and time to procure and analyze additional study. Next slide, please.
So the third recommendation is in regards to census tract 7320.01. So just a little bit of background. In the Dr. Getman study, identifying the top 25% of census tract according to unemployment data, the largest cities, it included census tract 7320.01 in Worcester, which is largely made up of the Great Brook Valley Public Housing Project. On page 4 of that study, he identified that this census tract satisfied the criteria to be included on the ADI list, as it had the highest level of unemployment in Worcester at 18.4%. However, the census tract was not included on the Commission's ADI list. Based on our review of the materials, we believe that the failure to include the census tract on the ADI list was based on a clerical error. Thus, our recommendation to the Commission is to add census tract 7320.01 to the Commission's current area disproportionate impacted list. Next slide, please. So in closing, while these recommendations speak to utilizing the ADI list, the ADI list is not the only tool the Commission has when striving to create and sustain an equitable industry. As mentioned before, we acknowledge that the war on drugs was a war and is a war on people. The harms inflicted on Black and Hispanic/Latino people occurred no matter where they lived in the Commonwealth. We support the Commission's ongoing work to provide programming to those most harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement. In addition, these recommendations may have resource implications in terms of time, money, and staff bandwidth. If the Commission chooses to act on any recommendations, we support the Executive Director and the Equity Department in implementing the Commission's policy objectives. Next slide. So thank you so much for your time and attention. And now we turn it over to the Commission for questions.
Thank you, Sabil, and thanks to the entire team for that presentation. Would anyone like to launch the conversation around this report? No. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you to the whole team for this. You can see the work that you put into this. Adding the census tract, can we talk a little bit more about that? Would it have to be adopted with all the recommendations since it qualifies? It was a clerical error, if you will. So I just want to talk about the census tract in Worcester a little bit.
Sure. So thank you so much for that question, Commissioner Roy. So yes, we are suggesting that the Worcester census tract be added to the current operating ADI list by the Commission by a vote at a public meeting. We are not suggesting that there needs to be additional research before adding it. And the reason why we are suggesting that is, as I mentioned, Before, it was specifically identified as having the highest level of unemployment in Worcester. Therefore, we are recommending that it be added because the omission of it seemed like a clerical error with the materials.
Oh, thank you, Sabiel. So I would like to make a recommendation to the commission that it will take some time to fully go through the other recommendations that involves cleaning data or where this was a clerical error. So I would like to make a recommendation that maybe next month's meeting or this is just a matter of voting to fix a clerical error that doesn't involve any more research. So I would feel that we'd be remiss to make this wait any longer or for more months since it's just a matter of a vote to fix a clerical error. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. And if I can also just point out to the people observing here today, we have had a prior presentation, but because of open meeting laws, this is the first time that we've actually had an opportunity to have this conversation, between and among the commissioners. And so again, thanking the group for that presentation. But, I know that there are other commissioners that have been here longer that have been, very active in promoting this issue and digging into this issue. So, I agree with Commissioner Roy because that seems like the easiest one that we can vote on. And so maybe some of the other commissioners might want to sort of give their feedback on Commissioner Roy's thinking on that. Go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I jump into talking about that matter, I do want to thank this incredible team at the Commission for their great work. I think we need to remind ourselves that this is not all they focus on every day. They actually have quite a bit of responsibilities on their plate already. So the time and effort that they put into this is commendable. So I thank you for your good work. I do want to jump to the question around census tracts, and then I have another question that I'd really invite the group to weigh in on. First of all, with respect to this recommendation around this census tract in Worcester, I don't think there is anything that prohibits us from taking action on that today. It is listed under our commission action and votes, so we can certainly entertain it today. And I would support doing so. I do want to come back to the broader issue of census tracts and the census tracts, which were undertaken really in what I'll call the second Getman study, which was around unemployment. I think I've made this observation before, but having lived in Springfield for a long time, obviously Worcester and Lowell and Boston are also part of where the census tract research was done. I can't tell you what census tract I lived in Springfield. I know what neighborhood I lived in Springfield. And I think we need to expand that look of census tracts to incorporate some of the other census tracts around this core set that we have and think about, what do the statistics from that neighborhood look like. I think that would go a long way because we know census tracts can divide streets. It can, your neighbor can actually be in a different census tract, but you're all still part of the same neighborhood. So I'd like for us to think about, if we're going back and looking at some of this data, let's look at that data, but include some of the census tracts around the designated ones in particular neighborhoods and see if we can't broaden the range or broaden the specific area that, again, based on unemployment statistics, we know as a measurement would indicate some harm. So that's just one thought. The other thought I had, a question for the team, is it helpful to look at data and you make it pretty clear in your presentation about 1971 being the start of the war on drugs. And kind of looking at data from 1971 going forward. Is there any value, or would it just add to the body of evidence that we already have of looking at some of that similar data pre-1971? Like what were the economic, what were, what were some of those data points pre-1971 that would help us tell a longer story as we moved forward into the present day, as opposed to starting right at that 1971 date? So I throw that out for the group to think about, or maybe even have a response to.
Does anyone on the team care to address that question?
I can jump into that one. I think that that's a really great opportunity for, in our state of the data analysis recommendation, we start with that 1971 data point based on the declaration of the war on drugs, but we also understand that, there has been socioeconomic changes throughout municipalities and neighborhoods prior to that as well. And there's definitely value to looking before 1971 as well. Our thought on the state of the data analysis recommendation is not to be overly prescriptive in what we're saying to evaluate, but for that to kind of warrant a larger work group to come together and say, how big of a net do we want to cast when we're doing this state of the data analysis? And for us, we think the wider the net, the better, because you're just trying to figure out what's out there. And then once you have that information, be able to make really informed decisions around, can we get further back than 1971 to understand an area? Or, is there some sort of cutoff where data and qualitative information may not be able to be obtained prior to a certain point, and really define that through that state of the data analysis?
Thanks, Megan.
Commissioner Roy?
I have a question. So when we rerun the model and we rerun the data points and the new criteria, is this simply about addition, or are we going to re-examine the entire list and have subtraction then addition? So let's say Mansfield, whatever, like I'm just picking out a community. Are we just talking about adding communities, or are we talking about reevaluating the whole list and possibly removing communities?
Can I
So
jump in there?
Commissioner
I just think
Concepcion?
I just feel like it's clear. Commissioner Roy, that's up to us, I think. It's up to, how we want to proceed.
Okay.
And I think it's important to know that, we have these two data sets in front of us. There's Getman, there's the UMass study, but,
Right, Donnie.
we can kind of figure out, based on the recommendations, what the team has come up with, what the best plan forward is. At least, I just wanted to opine there and say that.
Okay.
And just to add on to that, that is what we would have been saying as well, is that's, a commission decision to make, what list you want to make. But as we've said throughout this presentation, we don't believe that quantitative data is the only tool to use in making those decisions, so that it may even go beyond just looking at what this study puts directly in front of you. And your constituency, the Commonwealth. It doesn't have to all be quantitative data decision making. And just to caveat that, the data also comes from a place of enforcement, right? And the harms that were caused of enforcement is where we're pulling that data from. So it really can get brought to life by having additional information that you're making those policy decisions around.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo?
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for taking the time to work on this. I know it's been a labor of love with all your expertise and all the work that you all have done at the commission. I know that it's been a while since we've been here. And, I think that one question that I have sort of two questions, but one question is, how do we know that the Worcester census tract is a clerical error? It sounds like it's a safe assumption, but how do we know it was a clerical error? That's my first question.
Sure.
It's if you look, oh, Samuel, I'll let you grab that one.
No, go ahead, Megan.
If you look at the Getman study, it presents a list of all of the census tracts, the top 25% in each of those 4 cities. That census tract is on that list. So it is, I think, more than reasonable to assume that it is simply a copy and paste error that happened when the final document was created for the ADI list.
And just to further, just to further add something, if I may. So on page 4 of that study, he identified that the census tract satisfied criteria to be included on the ADI list, as it had the highest level unemployment in Worcester at 18.4%.
Thank you. So question, and I think the executive director is here as well. If not, you all can answer, but how the recommendation on rerunning the report, which I think I'm supportive of that recommendation. What does implementation look like? If executive director, can you walk us through some of that stuff, cost, time, and the benefit? I mean, I think we all know the benefit of it, but if you can.
Sure, I can try. And I obviously want to compliment as well the Access and Equity Group, and also based on if that is the commission's wish or desire, we'd have to scope that out, I think, with our research department, obviously. It is something that Dr. Johnson has been contemplating. It is something that I think, Commissioner Camargo, you're right to identify both time and resources for that. And I know it's something as we start to build out our fiscal 24 budget, given that we're in fiscal 23 now, that we're discussing. So, and I see Dr. Johnson here as well, so she may be able to illuminate that a little further. But I guess the simple assessment would be both time and money, ensuring too that there's adequate time to both collect data, identify what might be missing in that data, and then go get that data. So, but Dr. Johnson, I'm not sure if you want to illuminate even further.
Yeah, thanks, Director Collins, and thanks for that question. Great question. So we are under contract with UMass Donahue for the second study for consultation purposes up until December, which we are trying to extend till August. However, we are putting that, the scope of work for that ISA continuing until August to depend on whether you think it would be beneficial to move forward and actually use Lawrence data and rerun that data as recommended by this DEI group to also include cannabis only arrest and also include Lawrence data. So it is something that would be an easier, quicker fix than obviously doing another study. Again, all this data, the purpose of the study is to be comparable data. And with that, the Lawrence data would be comparable to all other data in that analysis. And we could do this relatively easily. And it is something that we are thinking about as a commission wide as far as our budget build for 2023.
So I guess I'll talk about it a little bit. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I don't know if other commissioners have any questions, but I guess I'll just kind of go at this. You all know I brought up the conversation around Lawrence last year, and I won't go back into the whole conversation. We've had a memo. We know the demographics of Lawrence. We understand the reasonings why Lawrence was not included twice, and now we're about to see a fourth SCP cohort, which is why I brought it up last year when I brought it up. For me, I think that we all have our board packages. We all have the information. I think that in the spirit of the DEI Access and Equity Work Group, this presentation was thorough. It was thoughtful. It clearly demonstrates that we have continued work to do in identifying the communities that have been most harmed. And I want to, when ready, I have a motion to put on the table around the recommendations of this report and how to move forward. Because I think all of us understand the intensity of this report, what it means for the commission, what it means for the future of equity in Massachusetts, and what does it mean immediately for us as well. So I'll just leave it at that for now.
Commissioner Camargo, because I'm obviously new to this, can you sort of vet a little bit what your concerns are with us going into the fourth cohort and what you think we might be missing by not or by waiting longer to do the analysis on Lawrence? I'd appreciate your thinking on that.
Yeah, I mean, and I invite the executive director as well to give his thinking on this as well. I think for us, we had talked about it before, and it's in our board packages in terms of the reports, the first one, the second one, who was included, who was not included, and the city of Lawrence, unfortunately, not having the data, and also not having done the outreach to the city of Lawrence was left out. I think the concern also is that last year, Chair, to sort of get to your question, our SCP program was about to open its application process. So I brought forward a sort of a memo conversation that we all had around that. You know, Lawrence has the one of the highest demographics when it comes to the Latino community. We know that Lawrence ranks number 9 when it comes to folks who are being released from prison. And, you know, so on and so forth. I can kind of get into the data if you need me to. 82% of their population represents the Latino community. And about, I want to say maybe like 12% of unemployment rates and 24% of under poverty line. So I think that my concern is that the city of Lawrence has been left out twice. We have since collected the data, since sat down with their officials and had the conversation. In the spirit of the DEI access and equity group, I think that rerunning the analysis on the report, and in the meantime, I think, you know, bringing that Worcester census tract, which is as important and was left out for a clerical error. And I would say, you know, in addition to Lawrence, would be, I think, beneficial to us to sort of move forward with. So that's sort of my thinking. I don't know if the executive director has any comments on that.
Mr. Executive Director, would you care to respond to that?
I can try. I think to Commissioner Camargo's point, Lawrence not being included in that UMass study, I would also note that Lawrence is not the only community that was not included in that UMass study, given that they do not contribute their data to the NIBRS system, which was the source of data.
Can you clarify which other communities beside Lawrence that don't, I mean, sort of like, you know, that fits a similar profile to Lawrence?
Sure, I assume that was going to be a question. I've been looking for at least an order of magnitude as to how many communities. I don't have it at my fingertips. It is something I'm not sure if, I don't want to put anyone here on the spot, but I'm not sure if Dr. Johnson has any insight into that as well. But there are a number of communities throughout Massachusetts that do not contribute their data to NIBRS. An example that was used and identified in the UMass study was in fact the city of Boston. They do not contribute as well. Going into that UMass study, there was awareness that Boston did not, hence there was an attempt and efforts made to acquire that data. It was only after the data was gathered and run that those communities that don't contribute were identified. So I think to Commissioner Camargo's point, that's what prompted an interest in adding Lawrence, because otherwise the demographics would add up and match. Similarly, they were identified as a gateway community or gateway city. All other gateway cities would have been eligible. So again, there's enough anecdotal evidence that would suggest they would have been eligible. There just wasn't sufficient data or any data to make that determination in a, I guess I hate to say it as an objective way, but again, all that anecdotal evidence stacked up in their favor. So
can I ask, are all other gateway cities currently included on this list?
On the current list of ADIs, I don't believe so, but it would have been proposed in the UMass study as a result. So, but again, I guess if I just wanted to answer your question, Madam Chair, I'm not sure. I see Dr. Johnson's emerged. I don't know if she has even an order of magnitude as to how many communities do not contribute to NIBRs.
Thanks, Dr. Johnson. If you could, and stop me from interrupting, Sean, that'll be good.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. And that's a great question. So there were 55 municipalities excluded from the UMass study. And a lot of this has to do, unlike Lawrence and Boston, who do have the resources potentially to contribute, these other 55 municipalities tend to be smaller, very small municipalities, and might not have the data analysis, the resources within the state to be able to, submit their data in this way to the FBI system. We do have a list of that, and thanks to Matt Giancola's group, as well as the research team, we are able to kind of look at what are the census, what are the other demographics, similarly to the other lists. But to clarify, 55 states, which is not a lot, considering the whole amount of all the states included. I mean, all the municipalities included. And the big concern was Lawrence, and we have now received Lawrence data. It has yet to be analyzed. That depends on the next steps that you give us after this. But in the UMass study, all other gateway cities are included in the list.
And Chair, just so that I know that you weren't here and you're probably catching up to a lot of this stuff, but just like the clerical era of the Worcester, one can say that Lawrence was a clerical era. I'll just say this, and I know that we can continue to have conversation, but in the interest of, I would say, the implementation phase, and what we are now, this first conversation, Chair, happened in March of last year. It is now November. We have to get this right. And I think that the recommendations of the group, I think, are substantial and pretty good recommendations, I think, in terms of a balance for us as a commission. I don't know how my other commissioners feel, but I would like to propose a motion, if I may, when I can. So Chair, I want to just ask you for that when you're ready.
So are there any, Commissioner Concepcion, let's continue the discussion a little bit and provide background and context, and then we'll take that up. Commissioner Camargo, does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I had a few thoughts I just wanted to throw out. First off, I really want to thank, Megan, Tisa, Sabiel, Andrew, the entire Access and Equity Working Group for the job that you've done, the work that you've compiled, and the thoughtfulness that you took in gathering this information and presenting it to us today. This is really important, and I can tell that you're really committed to really getting as much information and giving us some really comprehensive and thoughtful recommendations. So I want to just start off by saying thank you. The other thing is, I wanted to talk a little bit about, with both the Getman study and the study from the UMass Donahue Institute, there were gaps that were in both, in my opinion. And I just kind of jotted them down as we were speaking so I don't lose track of my thoughts. The first one that was highlighted by this group, and that I also identified in March of last year when I reviewed the first, our first time going through the Donahue Institute's presentation, was the use of arrest data. And I thought that there was a quote here that really spoke to that, about the collateral impacts of the collateral consequences. So in the report that the group gave, it says that the collateral impacts to a geographic area from community members' absence due to being placed in the criminal justice system, the further one goes in the system, the greater the harm to the individual, the family structure, and the community at large. However, in both studies, the impact of conviction, sentencing, incarceration, other sanctions was not included or considered. And even in some of these recommendations, it's limited to the arrest, although our own regulations talk about looking at arrest and conviction data for cannabis. And the other thing being that both these studies also do not narrow in on cannabis offenses as opposed to all drug offenses as well. And the other thing, and I think Commissioner Stebbins also mentioned this earlier, is the use of census tracts. This is something that was done in Getman. This is something that was continued by the Donahue Institute. And this is something that I have received a lot of feedback from community members and organizations about how detrimental it may be to continue using census tracts in the way that we identify areas as being disproportionately impacted by cannabis prohibition and enforcement. Dr. Johnson, I'm glad that you're here. I know you've done a lot of work on this, and I wanted to ask you, because one of the first recommendations from the team is around using the information from UMass and narrowing in or extracting information that's cannabis specific. Again, I have concerns of only using arrest data, and I know I've said this time and time again. I wrote it in the op-ed. I talk about, having worked in the criminal justice system, that I'm very aware that the further along you go in the criminal justice system, the higher the consequences, the more the impact of the community. But in terms of the first recommendation, is that plausible to extract cannabis information from the data that was received by the Donahue Institute?
Yes, absolutely. It would be a conservative estimate because a lot of that, the data is not perfectly aligned. And so we might be missing a lot of cases with that. And so that's why we included all drugs to capture more people. But I would want to, just a caveat, we want to make sure, in thinking about Massachusetts as a state, that everything is apples to apples comparison, because we don't want to conversely bias the report towards other places just because they have certain data sets post-arrest. So that clarification in why we didn't go post-arrest is because that data is not comparable. So it would bias certain municipalities over others. And so why the arrest data would be the first capture of the criminal justice interaction. And a post-arrest could be a second study, but it would with a great understanding that it would be biased data.
Got it. And then the other just note that I wanted to say that was a thought in my mind as well. I believe it was Megan who mentioned the time period of the Getman study and how Getman was within, I believe it was a 2-month period. And for the second study, there was almost or approximately a year. But when we did have the conversation here during public meeting in last March, 2021, one of the questions I also posed was the reasoning for choosing NIBRs, even though that we knew that all municipalities did not utilize NIBRs, did not report to NIBRs, and that it didn't include conviction and incarceration data. And the response that we got back was that NIBRs was it was a part of the procurement process. It was a part of, the description of the study itself. And that was a way to also make sure that it didn't go past a certain time. And I just want to kind of caution us all that when we're talking about something like this, that is so central to the work that we're doing, to our mandate in terms of equity, in terms of this industry, and in terms of the communities and the people that are impacted and have been impacted by the war on drugs, I just urge us all to be mindful of doing something that is really comprehensive, and also noting that we are used as an example and continue to be used as an example for the way that we go about our equity mandate and the way that we identify the war on drugs and its impact. And that's all.
Can I echo? Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Ray.
No, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Well, I guess I think I'm echoing what Commissioner Stebbins said, because I get the issue about census tracts, and as I've been learning, about this issue, you have to have a yardstick, right? And we figured out a yardstick to try to make this as targeted as possible, to use the data that provides the most comprehensive correlation between the damage done in the war on people, the war on drugs, and how we provide them with special treatment, access, benefits within the cannabis industry here. I'm trying to figure out how we get to tracts versus neighborhoods. But my second question is, and maybe this is a dumb question, how easy or hard is it for this commission to say, I see it, I know it, I understand it, I know that there's another definition of gateway city, and it appears that all of them have met this hurdle, this bar. Why are we taking so much time to do the math on Lawrence? Can someone explain that to me? Because I see it, I know it, I feel it, and I want to sort of understand it, because this seems sort of intuitive to me, but I know that intuition is not how you make regulations, rules, or set guidance. So please clarify that for me. I'd
Madam
appreciate it.
Chairwoman, I'll just respond to the first comment in terms of census tracts. This is not something that was evaluated. It was identified during the Getman study. It was continued with the UMass Donahue Institute. It was not something that was evaluated to see if that was the best way going forward. It was simply just continued. It was a continuation. So I just want to clarify that.
Meaning it was a yardstick that was always there, but it was a relevant yardstick, or can you?
It was a yardstick that was used initially that was never evaluated. So I will leave that there. I don't know if anyone else wants to opine on Lawrence or the other question that you have.
Yeah, and again, I'm going to ask the least common denominator question. So I hope that that's can maybe the executive director could sort of touch on that for me. About we went and found the data for census tracts in Boston, even though they didn't submit that. And why didn't we do that at the same time with Lawrence?
So I answered that earlier. Going into the UMass study, we were aware that Boston did not participate or contribute to NIBRS. Once the data was acquired through NIBRS and actually run and evaluated, it was then that it was discovered and learned that other communities did not contribute to NIBRS, including Lawrence, up to and including Lawrence. To Dr. Johnson's point, a lot of those communities were smaller entities or smaller communities, and there was a time pressure on this study to get it to the commission, which is often a pressure that I think, in fairness, our staff regularly faces, which is it's on the agenda, we need to move it forward. As far as the census tracts too, I want to try to just clarify a point. There was a pretty robust discussion in previous iterations of the commission in setting the initial ADIs that there has to be a geographic boundary that gets set. Are zip codes the right boundary? Are those too broad, too inclusive? Census tracts were able to at least identify in utilizing a metric. There needs to be a boundary of some sort. And it was in those cities, particularly, again, Worcester, Springfield, and Boston, such that it does not, it includes, and I think this is to Commissioner Stebbins' point though, it attempts to include neighborhoods while also, I think, excluding those neighborhoods that should not qualify for these types of benefits. So, and I hate to use the example, but Beacon Hill may not and should not likely be eligible for social equity benefits, but neighborhoods or census tracts within Boston should. We identify, and I think Boston does this in particular, Boston identifies neighborhoods, but where are those lines in a articulable way, in an objective way? And I think sometimes we identify neighborhoods based on landmarks, but we can't articulate that in regulation. We cannot articulate that in policy. But I hope that clarifies some of this, but I think to Commissioner Concepcion's point, given that the commission adopted census tracts in the Getman study, it was carried forward as an element in the UMass study. It was not, it's not that it wasn't remedied, it just wasn't redrawn. And if that's something the commission would like to do, we would be happy to engage in that discussion and also run those models, but there does need to be a geographic limitation.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Yes. When we talked about arrest data, they didn't go back to where the community of the person who got arrested. That's correct? So if we add that element, that statistic, we can be able to identify where the communities of the arrestees are. And I don't know if that would be helpful as well to identify that. And I have a question for Dr. Johnson. If you do rerun the data and we incorporate arrest, conviction, and incarceration, are you able to extrapolate out of conviction whether it is possession or distribution? And incarceration, are you able to extrapolate how long an individual would be incarcerated for? Just wondering if you're able to look at those elements as well.
Yeah, I just want to again be sure that research has to be comparable. So all data has to be comparable to eliminate any bias and favor one community over another community. So in that line of thinking, yes, we could, with certain data sets, we are able to see, even NIBRs, we are able to see what the arrest was for. When it comes to post-arrest data, once we get into the incarceration and charges, that data is no longer comparable across states. I mean, across jurisdictions, and that is inherently problematic, but we could do another study. It would be a whole other study that would focus on those things and try to get at the details as far as like which counties, which systems, and the over policing and the differences across Massachusetts are doing things differently. And so when we didn't do the place of arrest and the origin of arrest, we don't have that data as far as if that person was arrested in Brockton, but they actually lived in Maynard or something like that. We aren't able to discern that data at this level. And so those are all data limitations that we as the research team work with.
And just one more follow up on that. Are you looking at also like local, if you're able to, let's say county correctional facilities, Department of Correction and federal facilities? Are you able to parse that as well?
So they're very different and much more in-depth limitations once you get to the post-arrest. Having the arrest data allows us to do a population level study. So everybody gets the same equity as far as being a participant in or being eligible for these sources. Once you get to post-arrest, that data is very messy. It's held by different systems. A lot of those systems are paper records. It's not comparable. It's going to take a lot of resources and a lot of time to do. And to say, I think it is an important study to do. But for purposes of this study, we did not take that route.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson.
Any additional questions or comments, anything? Go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, and this might be for Dr. Johnson. And again, I want to applaud my colleague, Commissioner Camargo, for her advocacy on behalf of the City of Lawrence. And again, not wanting for us to continue with our work and have Lawrence continue to kind of sit on the outside looking in. We know we have data, I'm assuming corresponding data now from the City of Lawrence. If I heard you correctly, Donahue is still currently under a contract through the end of December. Is this data in a form that they could look at it, scrub it, whatever the technical research terms are, and make some type of determination of where Lawrence would fall based on the data that has been provided to us in that time frame?
Yeah, great question. And yes and no. So under the current ISA, in the statement of work that we have with UMass Donahue, they are on staff until December. However, that's only for consultation and not working with data. We have the legal team and the research team have decided to hold off on the ISA. We are going to continue it through August, hopefully, but edit the statement of work to potentially include working with the data, so they would be able to run that analysis with both just looking at cannabis use or marijuana arrest, and then also using Lawrence data as well. But under current contract that we have until December, it is not included. That would have to be an ISA amendment.
I mean, we also heard, Commissioner Stebbins, we also heard earlier that comments, well, not the comments, but just like in comments earlier that Lawrence has a quantitative, it's not just a quantitative data, right? So we have the demographics, we know what happened twice. We know what it looks like. We have the legal backing, and as authority, as commissioners, we do have the authority. And we didn't do it last time. As you all know, I tabled Lawrence. Lawrence is still tabled as we speak. And I didn't put it forth in the process, but again, I know that there has to be more stuff we have to rerun this report in general. We know it'll take a while. But I think that what we've heard today, we have a Worcester track that was left out. that is in a very disproportionately impacted area of Worcester, with I think it's 18% unemployment and mostly public housing. And we also have the city of Lawrence in terms of being left out twice and on the sideline because they weren't even part of the process, right? So if I may offer this motion, and you guys can take it off the table if you want, but I want to offer the motion in the spirit of helping us to move forward, but also as policymakers, we do have the authority. So Chair, is that okay if I'd
entertain your motion, Commissioner Camargo.
Okay. So I move that we adopt, in the spirit of Access and Equity's recommendations, their overall recommendations, and have the executive director and our staff, including the research team, equity programming and policy teams, coordinate with a racially diverse research team to analyze and implement the appropriate data sets, methodologies, and research to recommend an update to our disproportionately impacted areas designation. So that's one part of the motion. In the interim, I move that the commission keep the Getman designation.
Hold on. I just want to make sure that we're is this one motion that needs to be seconded, or is it a separate motion?
No, it's one motion. I'm
Okay,
trying to
all
read
right.
it.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. It's okay. So in the interim, I move that the commission keep the Getman designation in place with the immediate addition of the census tract 7320-01 in the city of Worcester, with the addition of the city of Lawrence. I could repeat the whole thing if you all want me
Yeah,
to.
please repeat the whole thing, because you said I move and then I move, and it felt like two separate motions. And I don't know if you want to make it two separate motions. Is it cleaner if we make it two separate motions, maybe?
I mean, it's however you feel comfortable. I guess I'll just start with that we adopt, in the spirit of the Access and Equities recommendations, and have the executive director, staff, including the research team, equity programming, and policy teams coordinate with a racially diverse research team to analyze and implement the appropriate data sets, methodologies, and research to recommend an update to our disproportionately impacted areas of designation. So I don't know if that's unclear, but I'm hoping it's clear. And I'm going to keep it as one motion. I guess in the interim, I'm using the word I move, but
I know, but that's what I'm just saying. And I just want to clarify, just make sure, because if you move and move, I just want to make sure that we understand.
I'm using it as, I got you. I'm using it as language within my motion. So, so in the interim, I suggest or that we adopt the commission keep the Getman designation, so as is, but with the immediate addition of the census tract in Worcester and Lawrence, and that we work with our team to figure out the best way to rerun this report and figure out how to do it one more time so that we can get to where we need to get. So I'll just leave it at that.
Commissioner Stebbins? Sure.
And this is just a general comment and question. And thank you, Commissioner Camargo, for kind of breaking both of those up, because I think they're both equally as important. Can you unpack your first motion for me a little bit in terms of what sounds like additional research work that you're suggesting?
Yeah, I mean, I think the additional research work is what we're talking about, right? So I'm happy to drop, I obviously wrote it before because I'm reading it, but I'm happy to drop it if need be in our chat. But it's really adopting the spirit of the report from our Access and Equity team. It's working with our executive director, our equity teams, research, our policy teams, to coordinate, a diverse team of researchers to analyze and implement the appropriate data sets. So what else do we need? So Commissioner Roy talked about, some of the conviction stuff. Commissioner Concepcion, you talked about, conviction data as well. The methodologies, we know that there's some gaps in the UMass study. And then for us to have the research to recommend an update to the disproportionately impacted areas. So this is my first sentence.
Sorry.
Can I finish?
Mm-hmm.
My first sentence is really around the recommendations, Commissioner Stebbins, in terms of rerunning this report and making sure that we have what we need and the time that we need to get this right. So just to answer your question, thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me.
And can I also ask you, when you say a diverse research team, are you presuming we don't currently have a diverse research team? Are we hiring more people?
I say that, I thank you for acknowledging that. I say that, I think there were some questions and I was one of them that, brought up the, racial lens and the lack of it when we did the UMass study. So really adding it on there. And I'm not talking about our internal team. I'm talking about, whoever we use on the outside to make sure that we are racially diverse and that we're making sure that we are using a racial lens when looking at this one more time. So, Chair, if that answers your question.
I just one second, Commissioner Wright. Dr. Johnson, can you just sort of, because this is also why I think it might make more sense to break this up into a couple of motions, because we're unpacking a lot of stuff here. And I think it might make more sense to, and again, this is just, you don't have to do what I'm suggesting, but because there's a lot here, because we're not necessarily seeing this in writing, and I'm saying we're talking about a diverse research team. I'm not sure I necessarily understand what you're requiring in that. So maybe Dr. Johnson can kind of, that's just one piece of it. I'd like Dr. Johnson just to sort of talk about maybe, and again, I assume you're referencing the Donahue Institute. I don't know who you're referencing.
Yeah. Chair, can I just ask you in sort of a point of clarification in Robert's Rules of Order? So I have a motion on the table. So are you now asking for just some question on that? Because I do have the motion on the table.
Okay. The motion's on the table. Again, do I hear a second?
No, not yet, but I'm just.
Okay. Do we want to just take, my suggestion is, because I was having a hard time understanding your motion. Yeah. It felt like, I don't know if the term is, it's not multifarious, because that's a better, but there is a sort of multiple motions within the motion. And I may want to ask someone from the legal team to help me with this, because I don't know what the definition is. It's sort of like I know it when I see it. And so that's why I'm reacting to your motion, because I'm not necessarily clear on all of the moving parts of your motion. Commissioner Roy, if you'd like to make a comment. You're on mute, Kim.
I'm sorry. So these are three different concepts. So I feel maybe it should be three separate motions and three separate votes, because it's three different concepts that it's getting confusing to roll them all in one.
Commissioner Roy, would you like to further amend that motion?
Well, I'd like to have a vote on the census tract 7320.01 alone to approve the adoption of that census tract. And then the adoption of the, I guess I'm not making language. I'm just making suggestions right now. And then the vote on Commissioner Camargo about adopting the spirit of the recommendations. And then the third one about Lawrence separately, because I feel we're piling a lot of.
If I could just ask someone from General Counsel, because again, I don't want to in any way interfere with Commissioner Camargo's motion, but I'm again, and still sort of getting myself back to Robert's rules. It felt like there were multiple motions in one motion, and I felt it would be easier to do this in multiple motions. If anybody from General Counsel's office could sort of make a, help me not quash what Commissioner Camargo is trying to do, because I think we're actually all I'm on the same page with what she wants to accomplish. I just want to make sure that we all understand the motion, because there was even some language in there when she said diverse research team. I don't know what she means, and I'd like to support this, but I want to unpack it and make sure I'm doing it the right way.
Okay, Chair, this is Christine Bailey, if I may. My understanding is that Commissioner Camargo has presented the motion that she's asking you to call and have a vote on. So someone can seek to amend the motion. There could be some debate on that amendment and a determination on whether it can be amended. But as I understand it, Commissioner Camargo's motion is on the floor as is. So if you want to call the motion,
it's not been seconded.
Okay.
But if I could just respond, Christine or Attorney Bailey, it's I heard her say I make a motion, and then in addition, I make a motion, and then I make you know what I mean? And
Yes.
that's when I sort of interrupted saying, I hear a motion, then I hear another motion, and then I hear another motion. And that's why I asked her to clarify the language.
Got it.
So that
Language.
I
Just what I used is just what I use in terms of language. So thank you for the clarification, Chair.
Can I ask for a point of clarification? I'm sorry, Commissioner Stebbins, did you just second the motion?
No, I'm saying her motion hasn't been seconded, which
Got
I
it.
think still allows
Okay.
her the chance to amend it or
Thank you.
reword it as we're
Okay.
asking questions about it.
So if I could ask the commissioner to restate her motion.
Yes, I just sent it to everyone. So that we adopt the spirit of the Access and Equities recommendations and have the executive director and our staff, including the research, equity, programming, and policy teams, coordinate with a racially diverse research team to analyze and implement the appropriate data sets, methodologies, and research to recommend an update to our disproportionately impacted areas designation. In the interim, that we adopt in the interim, that the commission keep the Getman designations in place with the immediate addition of Census Tract 7320.01 in the city of Worcester and the city of Lawrence. That's my motion, in one motion.
Is that clear to everybody? Commissioner Roy?
Commissioner Camargo, when you say recommendation, have the executive director, staff, including research, equity, programming, and policy, you mean the commission? And when you say a racially diverse research team, do you mean external agency?
I think I'm saying whoever we use in the bubble of external agencies. Yes, Commissioner Roy, thank you for
Do
that.
we say that
question.
in the language then?
I mean, I think, listen, we're not the researchers. You know, our teams are, and Dr. Johnson, you're the expert here. I just want to make sure that we don't go back in time and not have a racially diverse research team, and whether that is outside consultants or you know, UMass Donahue, whoever it is, right? That's my point. Chair, Commissioner Stebbins has a
Oh, sorry,
question.
I'm just looking up a term. Go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. And I would respectfully ask my colleague, can we break what are components of what I would see as components of three different motions? Can we break those up into three separate votes? Would you be amenable to that?
I'm not, but I'll hear you out.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. You know, everything falls under the, you know, the disproportionately impacted area kind of report and the work of this team. I certainly endorse, you know, adopting in spirit, I think is your language, what the team has recommended to us. I might have some different thoughts about Lawrence. I don't know. I'd be interested to hear more. You know, I know you've explained it pretty well. And as I've been sitting here listening to the conversation with respect to the Worcester Census Tract, I might have a different opinion to offer with respect to that. So I'm not saying all of these don't fit together, but I think it would warrant breaking them apart so we can have some thoughtful conversation around each.
Commissioner Camargo, would you like to respond to that, or would you be? I mean, again, we can either find a second and take a roll call on this, or we can, you know, and then maybe you or others can, you know, put this in one or two or three tranches to clarify. But if there's not if there are any further questions, answers, any discussion you'd like to make here, Commissioner Camargo?
I don't have any other discussion point, to be honest.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, having the motion moved and seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Madam Chair.
Any questions or comments? Sorry.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins, sorry.
Yeah, no, again, I really would implore us to try to take these as 3 separate votes because I think each is important. As I've been listening to the conversation, not so much about Lawrence and not so much about, the spirit of the first part of Commissioner Camargo's motion. I have some thoughts about the Worcester census tract and hearing from Commissioner Concepcion about how we need to have a little bit more, I think, thoughtful strategy and approach when it comes to census tracts. And I heard what the executive director said. I'm be mindful of saying, yes, let's include it when I think we have a little bit of time to think through an overall strategy for census tracts beyond just the adoption and accepting the Worcester census tract. I think the executive director made some good points about different neighborhoods, different communities. And again, I would love for us to find a way to move away from census tracts, even though that we know that's where the data is usually readily more available. But I also think there's a conversation to be had with, the 3 cities that are involved, Worcester, Boston, and Springfield. So again, I was hoping we could separate that out of the overall motion, but if not, I'm fine with going ahead and at least having a vote on it.
Commissioner Roy, further comment or question?
Yeah, I mean, I echo Commissioner Stebbins. I feel it would be more appropriate to have 3 separate votes. It's 3 separate concepts, adopting recommendations, adding Lawrence, and adding the census tract. I just feel it would be more appropriate course to have 3 motions and have 3 separate conversations.
Okay, any further discussion, comment?
I have a question, Commissioner Stebbins. I just want to make sure I'm understanding your comment correctly. Are you saying that there's some hesitation in continuing in support of the Worcester census tract because it's utilizing census tracts? Is that what I understand you as saying?
Yeah, no. I appreciate the question. Listen, I think we all agree it was a clerical error. It was left off. It's certainly by virtue of the unemployment data, which was what that second Getman study looked at, it certainly ranks as the highest and should have been included. I guess what I'm suggesting is, and if we choose to take a vote on adding it right now, I still want to make sure that we have a conversation at some point among the 5 of us as policymakers as what should be our appropriate approach when it comes to census tracts, the neighborhoods that they fall into in these 3 communities, actually, 4 with I think it's Lowell. So again, I was probably ready to make a vote yes on incorporating that. And I'm okay, I guess, now to do that also, but I still want us to come back to a larger conversation around census tracts, data within those census tracts, the neighborhoods that the current census tracts already fall into, and then see if we can have an approach from there.
Commissioner Stebbins, if this gives you some comfort, we know that the census tract, there's a lot, I mean, if you read the public comments, right, there's some scholars that added a letter of recommendation or public comment. Like, we know that the census tracts, everybody's, having a conversation around the census tract. We know that there could have been another way, but we're here now. We're kind of stuck with the census tracts for right now until we rerun this report. So I think we can, and I think that we can do that with, our researchers and our team and our policy teams and our executive director, and trust that will happen, that conversation will be part of it. And also, I think for me right now, the motion is sitting. It's one motion. If you all want to welcome some wordsmithing on it, I'm happy to do that, but I want to keep it as one motion. There is still a lot of work to do in this report. We know that we have to rerun it. And we know that, for clerical reasons or whatever reasons it is. We know that since we're talking about this one census tract, it was left out, but we're stuck with the census tracts for now. And I know that it's not what we all love. I just want to say that. So.
If there is no further questions or comments, I will poll the members. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. The motion passes unanimously. Let the record show the motion was approved, 5 in favor, none opposed. So thank you very much to the team. And we are now moving on to the draft executive director performance review tool. And I am going to turn over the discussion to Commissioner Stebbins for a presentation, and we'll begin by applauding Commissioner Stebbins for all the work that he's done on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues. What you do have in the packet is a cover memo from myself. I also want to, at this point, thank our Executive Director, thank our Chief Operating Officer, Alyssa Stack, thank our incredibly hardworking Chief People Officer, Erica White, because we know in addition to working on exciting topics like the Executive Director's performance evaluation tool, she's also taking the lead on onboarding and hiring and recruiting all of the folks that are joining our team. Again, just to kind of go back at our meeting just about a year ago, the Commission adopted a new Executive Director performance evaluation and compensation process. I really felt this new process focused on transparency, providing the Executive Director meaningful input from commissioners and a chance to discuss that input and feedback. We also decided at that point to come up with a new evaluation tool. We have pulled that together. It will be, as I said, it was not included in today's packet. It will be disseminated shortly to my 4 colleagues. I invite your feedback. I would encourage you to share that feedback with the Chief People Officer. We can pull that feedback together so that is unattributed to anybody, so we kind of remain within the confines of the open meeting law. Give myself a chance to work with the CPO and the COO to look at any suggestions for changes. And that kind of ties in with the rest of the kind of calendar for the Executive Director. Again, Madam Chair, I know you set the schedule, set the agenda. My hope is, sorry, there's some fire trucks going by here in Worcester.
You're the only one who can hear it. This stuff has great noise control, you know?
Again, starting with our December meeting, to have the Executive Director give us a progress toward meeting and achieving his 2022 goals. Also at that time, the appointment of 1 commissioner to conduct the evaluation with the Executive Director and report back to the full commission at a public meeting with a salary recommendation. I'm happy to do that again. I really would be interested in doing that, especially working through the new performance evaluation tool. That may scare the Executive Director a little bit to have to do this again with me, but I'm happy to take on that role. In January, kicking off the new year with the presentation of hopefully 2023 goals. A date in there right now of January 16th for commissioners to complete the performance assessment and return those to the Chief People Officer. And then in February, giving myself or an appointed commissioner the opportunity to meet with the Executive Director and review the compiled review and discuss salary considerations. And then in March, make a full presentation on that review, on that discussion of salary considerations, and bring it back to the full commission as we did earlier this year. If I can just kind of give you a general view on the new tool, again, which you'll be receiving shortly. It is comprehensive. It looks at the executive director's overall performance as a manager. It includes many of the same assessment areas as the last tool did, I think with the exception of one that is added that I think also again aligns with the performance management system for the staff, and that is, you know, setting the tone at the top is one area of evaluation. But we've also aligned the grading system with that of the staff, and we've also again allowed for review of, I believe, the 7 goals that the executive director laid out for 2022 and evaluation system to assess his success or progress in achieving those goals. So this is more of an update, really no vote to take, obviously, but again, to give you an idea, review the process as we approved it last year and give you a sense of the new tool that we're going to be using, and that it will all be shared and disseminated among my 4 colleagues in the near future.
Okay, so just to clarify, we're not taking any sort of a vote, you know, on the draft or anything. We're going to wait till you've presented that to us in full, and you know, we'll be mindful of the sort of proposed timeline, but we're not going to vote on anything.
Correct.
Do any of the commissioners have any questions or comments? Okay, if not, we will move on to the job description of the senior IT support specialist, and I'm going to turn this over to Sean Collins, the executive director, to discuss that with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, commissioners. I noted earlier that we continue to staff up and build out a lot of elements and aspects of this agency. One of the key areas that we've been building out over the course of time is certainly our IT function. That does include, especially as we add more staff, the need for IT support, desktop support analysts. In fact, I referenced earlier that we have a vacancy or a posting out right now. As we build out those tools and those resources and add those that expertise here at the agency, it's also important that we develop proper and appropriate management structures. So what this role would be is ultimately the role of a senior IT support specialist, ultimately reporting to our director of IT security, IT and security operations, and really putting in place that structure, much like we have in other departments. I use as a reference point our licensing team, our investigations team, where there's a manager and those specialists that fall beneath them in a functional way. So as we add more desktop support analysts, I want to be sure that there's adequate support for them, adequate management for them. And this role is going to be crucial to our development and our build out in both a in-person, remote, or hybrid format, regardless of the future of this agency. So certainly grateful to Paul Clark, our Chief Technology and Innovation Officer, for his build out and his vision for this team, but I would certainly seek your support for the creation of the role of a senior IT support specialist. As a reminder, the reason this position is before you is it would be a new position here at the agency, and to confirm we do have sufficient funds in FY23, our current fiscal year, to introduce this role to our agency. So I'm happy to take any questions you may have, and I would seek a motion to approve the creation of this role.
I will enter. If are there any questions for the executive director at this point in time? And there is no truth to the rumor that he will be full-time staffing me and my IT deficiencies. He's going to be helping many more people than just me. So that's the good news. If there are no additional comments and questions, Commissioner Roy, would you care to make a motion to approve this job description for the senior IT support specialist?
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Stebbins, would you care to second that?
Second.
All right. Having been moved and seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record show the motion approved, 5 in favor and none opposed. And next, we will hear from the executive director, who will discuss the new what was passed in the law by the legislature and the consideration of new host community agreements. I'm going to turn it over to our executive director for a quick presentation.
Sure. Thank you again, Madam Chair. I'll also invite in, obviously, I'm sure there might be questions, so I'm happy to entertain them. Also want to acknowledge I'm joined by Christine Bailey, our general counsel. Want to compliment as well Stephen Ladazinski on our one of our associate general counsels who has been thinking about, alongside a lot of the folks in legal, probably all of the folks in legal, as well as our policy shop, relative to implementation of Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022, which I'm pleased to report went into effect yesterday. So having been 90 days after the governor signed the legislation ultimately. So with that, of course, comes a lot of opportunity, a lot of questions, and a lot of work for this agency. So one of the elements of the bill was obviously newly granted authority relative to host community agreements. The statute actually sets out a lot of the parameters under which those agreements must comply. That is both new and existing agreements, so prospective, as well as a little bit of looking in the rearview mirror. And it does lay out some strict considerations. It also grants, though, the commission the ability to evaluate and review those agreements, which is something that certainly the commission has historically sought. And it's something that we will begin in earnest scoping out and managing. There's a few other elements I think are also critical and kind of fit within the host community agreement spirit. That is the municipal equity requirements, which I mentioned earlier, as well as a requirement for the commission to develop what will be a model host community agreement. One of the, I guess the question before you today and a recommendation from me, that there have been questions raised relative to what happens with these agreements right now. I think it's important that the commission have an opportunity to interpret this new law, to develop regulations and requirements on this new law, as well as give both guidance and direction where necessary to licensees, applicants, and the communities that are intending to host them. And that we could be given or provide ourselves sufficient time to evaluate these agreements as to their compliance. And that, of course, is included in both the renewal application process as well as the new license application process. So I guess a few things I want to raise for your consideration that I will make a recommendation to you today is that we will begin, we have already begun to think about HCAs and what they require, what they include today. There's been historical analysis conducted by previous iterations of the commission. We do not accept today as part of the application process, though, the actual four corners of that agreement, that executed agreement. We do accept an attestation that an HCA does in fact exist. So that would be a modification to our application process and system. We also don't accept as part of our renewal application the contract itself. So we'd have to make sure we can make those sufficient updates in a timely way to actually gather those agreements. Also, as a reminder, the applications that appeared before you today for provisional license would have been submitted within 90 days, given that we have a 90-day clock on our, once they've been deemed complete, of course. And so some of them may have been pending for even longer than that. And renewals is in a 60-day window. So I just, we wouldn't be seeing these application changes for some time to begin with. And I think it's important, again, that the commission provide itself with time to regulate these agreements. So, and that also includes, I should note, the creation again of that model HCA. That said, as I noted, the statute did take effect as of yesterday. So I guess my advice and my request to the commission at this point would be that we begin to accept and actually evaluate those host community agreements once regulations have been put in place. We know that we are beginning to embark on a regulatory process. We know that that process, as it gets scoped out, I mentioned earlier, is going to give first consideration to those things required by the new statute. That's Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022. We are aware, of course, that the statute grants us a calendar year to implement regulations. I will commit that HCAs will be on the agenda again before the end of that calendar year, of course. This is something we're going to tackle right away and get into. We also want to make sure that we provide sufficient time for folks to give us feedback. For instance, those communities that are looking at these agreements, as well as those applicants and those existing licensees. For instance, the new statute requires that community impact fees be reasonably related to those the siting and the hosting of that particular entity. What is reasonably related to the siting or location of an independent testing lab versus a large cultivation facility as far as the impact on town resources as compared to a retail store in a dense downtown. I think we need to make sure that we can scope that out in a way that is fair, but also in a way that is accurate as to the specific license. The other thing I think we want to be considerate of, there's changes now as well to the timeline of these agreements, previously having been 5 years, now a tale of 8 years, and also when those payments actually go into effect. My advice, therefore, though, in the interim, is that any community or any applicant review that statute. We are bound by that statute. We must make sure that our regulations conform to that statute. But obviously, if anyone is going to be thinking about what might the commission do when it does in fact regulate, we will be looking to that statute for specific advice and specific direction. So therefore, and I want to also make sure I give an opportunity or invite Christine Bailey in. My recommendation, though, at this point would be to ask the commission to take a vote that we not consider an applicant's compliance with that new section of the statute until such time as we do in fact have regulations in place, but also that we would advise any community and any applicant or licensee to consult with necessary counsel to confirm that their entities, or I'm sorry, that their applications, their agreements conform with really the four corners of that new statute. So again, I'm happy to take any questions you may have. And again, my commitment too is that we will be back in relatively short order with draft regulations, or certainly with proposals for the commission to consider, including the creation of that model HCA, which I think is a critical aspect to this process and implementation.
So Sean, I don't want to sort of hold you to any timetable, but you know, just and obviously, you know, all of us have been getting, you know, different calls and input, but is it safe to say that this is sort of, we have a year to implement these regulations. There's a lot of stress and strain on the staff and the commissioners to get this done, but this is something that may sort of shift to the front of the line in terms of when we might report this out. Is that, I don't know if I'm restating it, or could you restate it so that I'm not restating it wrong?
Yeah, I think what you'll see in I'm looking for it here in the memo that was provided to the commission.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a specific reference to the fact that we will be prioritizing those elements, those sections of the legislation that require our regulations, and obviously host community agreements combined with municipal equity, combined with that model HCA are going to be chief amongst them.
Okay, thanks again. I just thought it was bear repeating and me not
absolutely
misstating. Thank you. Would anyone else care to comment? Mr. Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Executive Director and General Counsel Bailey. This is, I think, a prudent approach. Is Commissioner Camargo and I heard from our meeting with the City of Springfield. Not only do the municipalities have questions, but they were getting calls from current licensees suggesting that, oh, my community impact fee goes away because the bill is, you know, will become law. So I think there's a little bit of confusion for both licensees and municipalities. So I appreciate kind of the clarification and hoping, as you pointed out, that licensees and municipalities kind of operate within the guardrails of what the new law prescribes. But I completely agree with the approach.
I should note too, and Commissioner Stebbins, you triggered a memory of mine too. The new statute also does allow for municipalities to indeed waive the HCA requirement. And that's also something, though, from an implementation standpoint that we must consider, which is the creation of a form that memorializes that. So that too will be prioritized in this process, especially for those communities that have proactively considered that step in this process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. There have been so many questions around HCAs and this gray period that we find ourselves in, if you will. I'm just curious, for those that aren't watching, are we going to put this on our website so folks can go to that? Will we circulate it on social media? And is there a way for our government affairs team to proactively maybe just email this out to all them, like municipalities if possible, because there are so many questions out there. We just want to make sure that folks realize that we won't be evaluating for compliance until regulations are promulgated.
Yes, so this memo is available in our packet today. We are engaging right now with cities and towns. What I did not want to take for granted is that I am indeed seeking the commission's support for this. So if this is something that you do adopt based on that consideration, we would absolutely circulate it and make it available, and also use it as part of our stakeholder engagement, for instance, through the likes of the Mass Municipal Association. Just wanted to confirm, I don't want to assume that there's an agreement on that before. I don't want to be too proactive about it.
Okay. Commissioners Concepcion or Camargo, do you have any questions or comments? Either one? No? Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, no, just Sean, Mr. Executive Director, thank you so much. I know that this is a hard call. And I know that, you heard my rant this morning in terms of municipalities needing to step up and do more when it comes to equity and connecting with us and us connecting with them. So I know that this is a hard one. I know that it's going to make the difference for host community agreements. But I also understand that we just had a very difficult conversation, right? About, now 2 reports and where are we and rerunning, right? So we got to get this right internally and externally. So I think with your recommendation, it makes sense for now. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further comments or questions? So Mr. Executive Director, are you asking for us to approve a motion? And if so, can you give us language that someone might propose?
I would be glad to. So the motion would be, and thank you for the opportunity. The motion would be that the commission vote not to consider applicants' compliance with Mass General Law, Chapter 94G, Section 3D 1, 2. I guess this would be, it's not quite a Romanette, but 1 through 3 and Section 3 until the commission has promulgated relevant regulations, which will occur on or before November 9th of 2023. Further, that the commission encourages communities to consult council in order to consider whether their existing or pending host community agreements conform with the new statutory requirements. And for anyone that might want to review that, it is in the public meeting materials at the tail end of that memo.
The only question I have about that, and I guess we're all on the record here, is just that we do have a meeting of the minds. Not in we're agreeing in this motion to not, but I want to make sure that we have a meeting of the minds that for the stakeholders, they understand that this is going to be one of the first things that we attack, so that it's not a whole year before there's some greater clarity. So again, I'm not asking you to amend that language or anything. I just want to sort of say that, that's all.
The emphasis on or before, the emphasis is understood on before November 9th, 2023.
Okay. Would anyone like to, Commissioner Stebbins, would you like to move that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, would you like to second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will take a roll call. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record reflect the motion passes unanimously. 5 votes in favor, no votes against. So now we get to new business not anticipated at the time of posting. Is there anything the commissioners wish to raise at this time? Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. We're going into December, and I know last year we didn't have a meeting, but I just want to say thank you to everyone who agreed to have a December meeting, to our staff. I know we'll have to now prepare for one more meeting, but it also means that more people will get their licenses approved before the end of the year. Folks are spending so much money to be part of this industry, and it's been taking so long. So I just appreciate all of us, preparing for the December meeting.
Thank you. Excellent comment. And so then, getting to section 11, announcing that the next meeting date will be December 8th, 2022. And at this point, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Unless I am missing something. Commissioner Concepcion, would you make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion?
Second.
I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. It is approved unanimously, 5 in favor, none opposed. And again, want to thank the staff. Pretty good timing today, and really want to thank everybody who made their presentations today. We may talk about something for an hour or 90 minutes, but the hundreds of hours that have been put in behind the scenes are incredibly rigorous, and we are very lucky to have such a great team helping us. So again, I want to thank you very much. Happy Veterans Day and happy Thanksgiving, I guess. So thank you.
Thank you.